with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC in 2024. But has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. According to a U.S. official, the United States is withdrawing some personnel from major U.S. bases in the Middle East. The official says this move is a precaution amid rising regional tensions. Meanwhile, Russia and Iran are moving ahead with bilateral agreements despite global pressure. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that Moscow will continue working with Tehran to implement agreements reached by their presidents. He has added that no third party can change the nature of Russian-Iranian relations, which he said benefit both countries and have been put into action through real projects. Let's listen in.
Надо просто работать и реализовывать те договоренности, которые есть между нами и Исламской Республикой Иран, между Россией и всеми другими нашими торговыми и экономическими партнерами. Когда такая мощная страна, как Соединенные Штаты, действует подобными нечистоплотными методами нечистоплотной конкуренции, это говорит только о том, что конкурентные позиции Соединенных Штатов последовательно ухудшаются. Я не думаю, что какая-либо третья сторона может изменить принципиальный характер отношений между Москвой и Тегераном. Этот характер опирается на договоренности, которые были достигнуты между президентами Российской Федерации и Исламской Республики Иран. Он отвечает интересам двух государств, двух народов. Этот характер воплощен в целом ряде практических проектов.
Rights group HRANA has verified 2,403 protesters' deaths and 147 government-related fatalities. This comes as Tehran has warned neighbors hosting U.S. troops that it would strike if America intervenes. Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, looking at the Iranian protests, how do you analyze the situation? And also, do you think that it hasn't affected like U.S. and Western countries eyeing this and, warning Iran against anything against protesters? It hasn't affected Russia at all. Do you think it has, or what's your analysis?
Well, there are two elements to the answer to that question, one of which is that although there's plenty of anger in the streets in Tehran and other cities, there aren't all the ingredients for a successful revolution against this theocratic regime. There's plenty of misery. The regime's legitimacy has been eroded by its failure to deliver on the economy and defense and things like that. But there's no alternative leadership waiting in the wings. There's no fracturing of the existing leadership. There seems to be a united front there. And there's no shared vision of what would come after this theocratic regime. And against that backdrop, it's unclear what a military strike on the part of the U.S. would accomplish. It would add to the misery, and it would further degrade the legitimacy, but it wouldn't conjure up a leadership alternative. And then if we shift the focus to Russia a little bit, Russia and Iran, and to a lesser extent China, and a few other countries are all in the same boat. They are opposed to the American-led international order. They're opposed to American interference in what they consider to be their internal affairs, Russia, Ukraine, Iran, the protests, and China, Taiwan, and therefore are in the same boat. And to use a somewhat trite and hackneyed metaphor, it's either they hang together or they hang separately. And right now they have chosen to hang together, which is why Russia and Iran, which by the way historically in the long run have not been close friends. They've competed for power and influence in the Caucasus, for example. The Russians and the Brits divided Persia once upon a time amongst themselves during the colonial era. There's no love lost historically, but there's plenty of love there at the moment because they have shared interests and they face a shared threat, and they're likely to stick together through this episode.
Great. Thank you for highlighting that. And how do you see, today we saw Iran call on Turkey to not let or to talk U.S. out of attacking Iran or intensifying any pressure. Do you think that Turkey is capable of doing anything, like mediating?
Well, under President Erdogan, Turkey has tried to position itself as a very important regional actor, as a regional great power, as it were. And that has to do with exerting influence in Turkey as near abroad. But it also has to do with playing on this relationship with the United States within NATO. But historically, there have been close ties, strained a bit under Erdogan, but still there. And so it would be in President Erdogan's interest, and perhaps the interest of Turkey more broadly, to be in a position to arbitrate some kind of deal. Whether that's possible remains to be seen. I rather suspect not. I think President Erdogan has a rather inflated sense of Turkey's Istanbul's role in the region. And this may be a test case. I rather suspect that if he reaches out to President Trump, he's likely to get either rebuffed outright or a polite thanks but no thanks, because I think President Trump has already thought through, to the extent that he does think these things through, what he wants to accomplish in Iran, and I don't think Istanbul is going to be able to dissuade him.
Right. And today we also saw this news come in of this particular individual who is in a death sentence, who's put in a death sentence, or maybe the execution has not happened yet, but he's put into this death sentence, Irfan Soltani. So do you think that if that actually happens, it might have the same effect of how Mahsa Amini became like a face of big change in Iran, but it did not end up in regime change. It did change some things within the enforcement of hijab towards Iranian girls, but that was all. What do you think?
Well, this regime has taken the usual approach that authoritarian regimes take. On the one hand, it will make concessions where it's necessary, where it's tactically useful, and on the other hand, it will crack down where it's tactically necessary and useful. And that backing off on the hijab mandate was tactically necessary and was a relatively small price to pay. The broader point which you raised, of course, is the role of symbols, symbolic personalities in these kind of events. Symbols are important. They can catalyze, they can focus, they can serve as rallying points. They may, in fact, push the needle one way or the other, but there's no alternative to an actual Khomeini or a Mandela or a Valenza or a Gandhi or one of these figures that can actually lead change in a constructive direction. So the symbols, the martyrdom of these particular individuals, as I said, is important as a catalyst, as an enabler, as a focal point, but there's no alternative to actual leadership on the ground. People with charisma, people with leadership capabilities, people with reach across different factions that they can bring together. The regime in Tehran has been very good at decapitating any possible opposition movement. There are no such leaders, including, by the way, the previous Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, who's a big figure in the United States, but has no reach at all in Iran.
Right, and if he doesn't, then is there any legitimate opposition party in Iran, even if the regime falls out? Is there anyone who can lead Iran after that? And also I wanted to ask, President Trump is very focused on Iran right now, always comments coming in or posting in Truth Social something or another about Iran. So why do you think he is focused over there? Doesn't he have so much in U.S. to focus on? As of course the domestic political stuff will get him the votes, right? Not the people in Iran voting for him.
Yes, I mean, there's a school of thought that says that everything that President Trump does on the world stage is about deflecting attention away from his troubles at home in terms of domestic politics, whether it's the economy or the Epstein files or whatever the case might be. And there are others who see everything he does as another manifestation of American imperialism, grabbing Venezuelan oil, And perhaps that's what he's looking for. There's a long history of American interest in Iranian oil. Perhaps that's what's going on. I rather suspect it's a combination. Those two things matter to the president, but the bigger picture is geopolitical, balance of power. That regime has been a thorn in the side of America's friends and allies in the region for a long time, and there's every reason to believe that that's another important driver in all of Trump's thinking. So the geopolitics, the domestic politics, and perhaps the oil and economic interests, you put all of those together with his somewhat mercurial personality, and it's perhaps not surprising that when this issue pops in the global media, he reacts the way he's been reacting.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that, Professor Andrew Latham. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Russia and Ukraine, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that Russia remains open to peace talks on Ukraine, but described proposals focused only on a temporary ceasefire as not serious. Lavrov has highlighted that President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly signaled readiness for meaningful negotiations, particularly with parties prepared to present substantive proposals. He referenced previous meetings with U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, calling those discussions concrete and aimed at addressing the root causes of the conflict. He has also criticized European calls for a limited ceasefire, saying such efforts appear designed to give Kyiv time to strengthen its position rather than advance lasting peace. He also accused European powers of supporting Ukraine government aligned with Western interests and preparing for continued conflict with Russia. The comments come during a press briefing in Moscow with Namibian counterpart Selma Ashipala Musaivi, as Lavrov reaffirmed Russia's conditional openness to negotiations while emphasizing that a full peace settlement must address the underlying causes of the crisis. Let's listen into what the Russian foreign minister has shared.
Сейчас говорит вот европейцы постоянно, Германия, британцы тем более. Вот сейчас приоритет номер один – это перемирие. Перемирие там на 60 дней, на постоянной основе. Это все, конечно, несерьезно, хотя и с этими представителями мы готовы вести разговор. Но когда говорят, что кроме прекращения огня, все остальное второстепенное, понятно, о чем идет речь. Речь идет о том, чтобы в очередной раз выторговать дополнительное время для того, чтобы поддерживать киевский режим, чтобы сохранить его сущность.
Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Professor, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, how do you analyze the current situation of Russia, Ukraine towards peace? Are we close? Are we far? And also, what do you think when Lavrov highlights substantial or concrete developments and not temporary ceasefire? What does he mean?
Well, there are two big options on the table, pardon me. One of which is a peace settlement, which is definitive, ends the conflict. Everybody gets something that they need or want, pardon me. And then it's peace in our time, to quote Neville Chamberlain. I think that's very unlikely. The bottom lines for both Kyiv and Moscow are completely incompatible. There's no middle ground. They both claim those territories in the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk, and Crimea as well as an integral part of their country, and they are not willing to compromise at all on that. And of course, Ukraine wants security guarantees. Once upon a time within NATO, now NATO light, not NATO membership, but the same kind of Article 5 guarantee, an attack on one is an attack on all. And Russia considers that to be unacceptable. They want a demilitarized, neutralized Ukraine that belongs to no Western alliance and is not really very strong militarily. And of course, Ukraine has exactly the opposite interests. So a permanent peace settlement that addresses the core concerns of both parties, not on the table. What is on the table is a Korean-style ceasefire. In 1953, as a result of exhaustion more than anything else, the two sides, North Korea and China on the one side, South Korea and the United States and the United Nations on the other, decided enough was enough. And they decided on a ceasefire meant to be temporary, which has now lasted to this day. The United States and South Korea are still technically at war with North Korea. But the ceasefire, temporary, has now lasted, 70 plus years. And in the context of that ceasefire, South Korea has done very well. It's become rich, it's become democratic, it's become a player in the region. If Ukraine could hope for something like that as a result of a Korean-style ceasefire, that wouldn't be the best option, but it would be a pretty good second best option. And for Russia, it would also address their concerns. So that's what I think is actually on the table. The question now is how you get from here, kinetic, armed, violent conflict, to there, guns drawn, still pointed at each other, but nobody shooting, and everybody satisfied, if not satisfied.
Right. Interesting. We will be eyeing that. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing that insight and staying with us throughout our news. Now we move the focus on to Africa. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has held talks in Cairo with a senior advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump to discuss developments in Sudan. The meeting included Egypt's Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati, Intelligence Chief Hassan Rashid, and the Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy, Evgenia Sidrias, with discussions focused on restoring security and stability in Sudan. Sisi has emphasized Egypt's support for Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, warning against any attempts to undermine the country's security. He has also highlighted what he called the organic link between Egyptian and Sudanese national security, underlining that threats to Sudan could jeopardize wider regional stability. Both Egypt and the United States are part of a so-called Quad, along with Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which coordinates international efforts to end the deadly conflict in Sudan, ongoing since April 2023. Between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces, which has killed thousands and displaced millions of people. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Ayanuga Olukbenga Paul. He's a public affairs analyst, joins us live from Lagos. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, thank you. Now, what more can you tell us about this ongoing situation, and what is in the agenda of the talks between Egyptian President and U.S. President Donald Trump's senior advisor in Cairo?
Well, the talk is part of the ongoing effort to bring the crisis in Sudan to a halt, because the humanitarian crisis cannot be left unchecked, as it's putting a lot of strain on many of the African neighbors where these pillages from this violence is getting into. And don't forget that Egypt shares the entirety of southern Egypt is bordered by Sudan, and ensuring peace in Sudan will be part of national security strategy of Egypt to ensure that southern flank is protected. And the fact that these RSF forces have been able to, they control about 5 states out of the 18 states in the country, with government controlling only 13 states. So it shows that they get stronger by the day, and who knows, with Egypt does not want Yemeni, Saudi Arabia situation on their flank. So they had to put more pressure in this talk to ensure that mechanism to bring peace back to the region is put in place. And they are doing that along with the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and the United States leading the force, because they strategically for business too. Sudan is very important as part of the this strait where all the ships that are going to Europe from Asia passes. So maintaining peace along that Red Sea corridor is very important for international business, for both Europe and the US. And so this is an efforts to ensure that putting all of the various interests into perspective, everybody needs peace, except for maybe the RSF that, wants to gain control of more territory before suing for peace, knowing fully well that once the ceasefire is called and there is an agreement in place, they might be allowed to take the land that, or to keep the land that they have already taken and maybe form an independent sovereignty, which I know that the Sudanese government does not want. And that poses a serious challenge to the peace efforts that are being made thus far. So, but whether this will lead to, you know, cessation of violence is yet to be seen because we've seen many agreements written before, signed, and immediately after signing the agreement, violence escalating in many regions. In fact, it's usually on the eve or immediately after the signing of new agreement that the RSF forces usually takes more territory or unleash more violence. So we are all hopeful that this recent renewed effort will yield some fruit.
Right. With, with that, I would like to thank Mr. Ayanagaluk Bengapol for joining us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to UK. British prosecutors are challenging a court's decision to drop a terrorism charge against Liam Ohana, a member of the Irish language punk rap group Kneecap. The Crown Prosecution Service is appealing a ruling that threw out a charge of supporting terrorism against Ohana, who performs as Mo Chara. He was accused of displaying a flag of the proscribed Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah at a London concert in November of 2024. And in September, Woolwich Crown Court dismissed the charges due to a technical error in how it was brought under the 2000 Terrorism Act. Now we move the focus on to Pakistan. Pakistan has said that it had signed an agreement with a firm connected to World Liberty Financial, the crypto venture linked to U.S. President Donald Trump's family, to explore the use of its USD-1 stablecoin for cross-border payments. The Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority said it had signed a memorandum of understanding with SC Financial Technologies, which it described as an affiliated entity of World Liberty. The agreement aims to facilitate dialogue and technical cooperation on emerging digital payment systems. The memorandum was announced during a meeting in Islamabad between Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and World Liberty co-founder and CEO Zach Witkoff. Witkoff and Pakistan's Finance Minister Muhammad Aurangzeb were seen signing the agreement, with Army Chief General Asim Munir also present. Under the deal, SC Financial Technologies will work with Pakistan's central bank to explore integrating the USD-1 stablecoin into a regulated digital payments framework, allowing it to operate alongside Pakistan's digital currency infrastructure. The announcement marks one of the first publicly disclosed partnerships between World Liberty and a sovereign state amid improving US-Pakistan relations. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Jaijit Bhattacharya. He's an economist and finance expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now thank you. Now looking at this, how could Pakistan's engagement with the US-linked stablecoin reshape its economic sovereignty, also monetary policy independence, and what political signal does this agreement send about Pakistan and US's relationship?
So I'm not sure whether it's going to lead to greater sovereignty of Pakistan on its finances, because clearly it's a path to a much faster dollarization of the Pakistani economy. Now, clearly Pakistan has been operating on a quid pro quo basis with the US and its relationship, especially after Operation Sindoor. And therefore, we are not really sure whether these steps are being taken because Pakistan believes it's in their interest or they are doing it under duress. As we have seen in terms of other geopolitical engagements that the US has been undertaking, most of these engagements has had significant duress from the US side. So there is a background to believe that perhaps Pakistan is signing this agreement under duress. But there is nothing in public to really say that. The contextual explanation shows that there is perhaps something that is not benefiting Pakistan. And why it doesn't benefit Pakistan is because once you have got the token, which is USD1, it'll be much easier for Pakistanis to start using that token for all kinds of payments and remittances, and therefore there is actually no need of holding Pakistani rupiah, the Pakistani rupees, which is fast losing its value. So people would like to hold on to the USD1, which, if it is backed by the US dollar as it is promised, would be a better store of value than the Pakistani rupee. And therefore, if people move towards USD1 as the token for exchange of value, for even buying day-to-day products, then there will be no control over the financial infrastructure of Pakistan, because the Pakistani rupee will not be the currency which will be used, and hence it's actually very risky for not just Pakistan but for any other economy to move into a token which is also not a government token. USD1 is not a government token, but if the Pakistani government is moving into a non-governmental token which is USD1, it is quite a risky move, and
Yes.
hence it'll be interesting to see how the whole relationship unfolds and how other challenges related to USD1 are taken care of, which includes challenges of money laundering, anti-terrorism actions, because it is very easy to use digital money to pay for terrorism or for money laundering, because it
Mr.
cannot be checked
Bhattacharya, yes.
by the regular government infrastructure.
Right. And as you said, risky, and this is not a government's token. So how might this involvement of political families like the Witkoff family and the military in this deal affect Pakistan's domestic perceptions of transparency, governance, and regulatory capture? What do you think?
Well, from a Pakistani perspective, it appears to be business as usual, because there has never been a regulatory transparency in Pakistan, and it has been rife with conflicts of interest, wherein the chief of the army also becomes the head of the government, also controls the land, also controls the industry, and so on and so forth. So Pakistan has been rife with conflicts of interest. But it's interesting from an American perspective, because for the first time we observe very significant conflict of interest where the ruling family, in that sense, is also controlling a very large business, where the decisions from the US administration is going to impact how the business is run, which is the crypto business that we're talking about. It's also using its geopolitical heft to put pressures on governments such as the UAE to actually buy $2 billion worth of this token and use that to buy a stake in other crypto exchanges. And in this particular case, they bought stake into Binance using the USD1, and I'm sure that happened because the US government told them to do so. Now, these are clear conflicts of interest. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when the regime changes in US. Will this particular US token still be viewed with the same amount of trust? Any currency is a currency only when people trust in it. If that trust goes away, then that currency vaporizes. Now, when that happens, as and when that happens, there'll be a lot of Pakistanis who would have put their money into this token, and their hard-earned money will vanish because there's nobody who's backing it up. And the interesting fact is that USD1 is supposed to be 1:1 with US dollar. So every $1 of USD1 is backed by a real $1. But the interesting part is even the real $1 is not backed by anything, which they are dealing from dollar way back in 1971 when Nixon dealing the US dollar from any asset. So you got an asset which is supposedly backed by another asset, without any regulatory oversight, without any international regulations, and the underlying asset itself is not backed by anything, it's a very, very risky proposition, especially for a nation which is in fact having a severe financial crunch. If Pakistan believes that by somehow this is going to be a miracle way of getting out of the financial mess, well, that's not going to be the case. It's going to actually drag Pakistan further down in the financial mess that they are in.
Right. Thank you for highlighting it, Mr. Jayjit Bhattacharya, and joining us on NewsX World. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump has dismissed remarks from Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen after he reiterated Greenland's commitment to Denmark. Asked about the comments from Prime Minister Nielsen, Trump said, "I don't know who he is, but that will be a big problem for him." Bill and Hillary Clinton say they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. The planet logged its third hottest year on record in 2025, extending a run of unprecedented heat, according to US researchers and European Union climate monitors. US President Donald Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protesters in Iran has crossed 2,500. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, says help is on the way as US missile strikes. Iran says US seeking pretext for military intervention. Iran officials say over 2,500 killed in unrest. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Rennie Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024 but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Alright viewers, let's start with news now from Iran, where according to reports, the nationwide shutdown of the internet by the authorities there, which activists fear is aimed at masking the true scale of a crackdown on protests, has now lasted over 132 hours. Meanwhile, Iran's judiciary chief has vowed fast-track trials for suspects arrested over a wave of protests, which the authorities have dismissed as riots. Listen in.
کوکتلا رو کی ساخت؟
من که خبر ندارم.
پس اینا رو کی آورده تو کارخونه؟
چا؟
اینا پس کی آورده اونجا؟
نمیدونم.
که یک این
Meanwhile, according to a senior Iranian official, Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. The official has also warned that Iran would strike US bases in the region if it is attacked by Washington. Saul Sadka, who is a political commentator from Tel Aviv, now joins me in this discussion. Saul, thank you very much for making yourself available for this conversation. Now, it's crucial how Iran and its supreme leader has gone on with executions of demonstrators, protesters who are not even leaders but mere participants, expedited their trials, given them really no time to appeal. And a man as young as 26-year-old is going to be executed today. Do you think these kind of executions and broadcast confessions is going to quell the protests, or it's going to fuel the fire?
If the Iranian regime executes over 1,000 people a year for various trivial crimes or thought crimes or free speech violations. So this is nothing new. Their justice system is absolutely corrupt and absolutely brutal. Ditto with its jail system. The regime is clearly in a panic. It doesn't know what to do. It doesn't know how it can at the one time suppress the protests and at the same time not anger the West sufficiently to ensure that they don't actually come in and throw them out, and they know they can do. So they're really in a pickle.
Of course it is. And do you think the internet blackout is really in place? Because Trump has already asked Musk to help with Starlink, and then people are already uploading visuals and their protests, especially women, on social media.
Yeah, so it's unclear how much of the stuff coming out of Iran is actually contemporary. Certainly videos of piles and piles of dead bodies, but it's much less than was there before. There are some people who are getting things out via certain means, perhaps also by taking actual evidence out of the country. Other people are finding ways to bypass it. There are a few hundred Starlink terminals provided by Elon Musk in Iran at the moment, while the Iranian regime are currently actively trying to jam them, so even they won't work. It's very important for the Iranian regime. Their top priority is to shut down the internet, because the internet does two things. Number one, it allows all the protesters to coordinate with each other. And number two, and much more dangerously for them, it allows them to get out the evidence of their own repression, which will further radicalize the population. So absolutely critical for them is to shut down the internet. At some point, we're going to find out that this kind of evil regime in the world is unsustainable in the information age. And they know that, which is why they've taken their people back 40 years to a period when the internet did not exist. Because under those circumstances, they know how to suppress the people. They don't know how to suppress the people in the information age. So that is a light in this whole debacle, this whole disgraceful situation that's happening in Iran. A brutal, brutal massacre that's continuing under the eyes of the world as the Iranians try to blind everyone. The light at the end of the tunnel is that for them and for all other similar regimes that exist or may exist in the future, the way to get rid of them is now clear. Simply, you have to let freedom ring, you have to give people information, and these regimes become instantly and inevitably unsustainable.
Yeah. Saul, how do you see the latest development that's coming in from Iran, which says that it's going to work with regional leaders like Turkey, and they're going to strike the US bases should US launch strikes?
I can absolutely assure you that neither the Turks or the Qataris or the Saudis or anyone else, all of whom are allies of the United States, are going to be helping Iran to retaliate against the United States. The Iranians in the past, when Soleimani was killed by the Americans, when the Americans bombed their nuclear program one night in June, on every previous occasion, the Iranians have promised major retaliation. And each time, they have sent a symbolic number of missiles at an American base, while telegraphing a warning in advance to make sure that no American people were killed. Because the Iranians are smart enough to know that if they kill any American servicemen, the Americans can retaliate with such overwhelming force and so fast that they won't even know what's coming. So the last thing the Iranians want to do is to get into a shooting war with the United States. They desperately want to try and de-escalate tensions. There are people in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and in Turkey who are quite comfortable with the Iranian people, their 92 million population living under oppression, because they would rather not have that kind of geopolitical competitor. The Turks and the Saudis would very much like not to have a powerful, strong, free Iran, because, among other things, that will be an appeal to their own population to want the same kind of things, which they do not have. But at the same time, the Qataris' entire existence, the Qataris, if you will recall, only have a population of 300 people. The Qataris are some of the most incompetent people in the world, but what they do have is vast supplies of gas, and also 2.5 million indentured servants, mostly from India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. What they need a geopolitical role. And for them to have a geopolitical role, they need to play a game. They need to play the good cop, bad cop game between the West and the Iranians, and all the Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. As the Iranian proxies have been dismantled, all that's left is Iran. And if the Iranian regime is dismantled too, which looks increasingly likely, then where is Qatar? They're trying to play a good cop, bad cop game, but they don't have a bad cop anymore. And suddenly they're irrelevant and not much use to anyone. And the great fear for the Qataris is that the Americans will no longer feel a need to maintain a presence in the Middle East to the same degree, and could easily roll back their American base on Qatari soil, which is the only thing protecting Qatar from their Saudi tribal rivals to the south.
All right, sure. Saul, do continue to stay on with me, please, as we proceed. Because let's also tell you that the Israeli military is now saying that all 6 gunmen involved in a firefight in western Rafah on Tuesday were killed during the exchange of fire. According to the IDF, troops from the 7th Armored Brigade identified 6 armed individuals approaching their positions on the Israeli-controlled side of the Yellow Line in southern Gaza. After the suspects were spotted, Israeli tanks moved in and opened fire. The gunmen responded, triggering a sustained firefight that also involved Israeli air support. The military says searches conducted after the clash confirmed all 6 suspects were killed and weapons were recovered from their bodies. The IDF says the incident took place in an area under Israeli operational control and describes the encounter as a serious violation of the October ceasefire agreement. The military added it will continue to act against any attempts by armed groups in Gaza to attack Israeli forces or civilians. Saul, I request you to join me back in the discussion here. Of course, once again, we see the ceasefire being violated. This is coming right after Netanyahu and Donald Trump had met over the Gaza ceasefire. What does this really say about the course that can take on?
It was quite clear from Trump's meeting with Netanyahu that they are on the same page, that Hamas only ever met most of the requirements for the first stage of the ceasefire, which was to release the hostages. They released all of them except for one. The body of Rangvili remains in captivity.
Yeah.
But they have begun to disarm themselves and to close themselves down as a military organization. On the contrary, they are desperately trying to rearm and train new fighters, as we've seen. They maintain daily operations against the IDF, which almost universally fail and end in the killing of all their men. So the prospect of the ceasefire moving to stage 2 is absolutely minimal. There's no way that Hamas, a genocidal jihadi organization that is bent on murder in the name of God, is going to willingly hand over their weapons to the infidel. There are enough people within Hamas who are not at all pragmatic and absolutely do prefer to die in battle than surrender. As a result, there's absolutely no prospect in the foreseeable future that Hamas will be disarmed. There's only one way to disarm Hamas, and that is phonetically. People need to go in and fight them. They need to continue fighting house to house, building to building, until there are no more left, or until there are no people with guns anymore. The prospect of happening is very low, because Israel is currently quite satisfied with having Hamas still controlling 40% of Gaza, including the entire population, across a demarcated line, because Israel's only concerned that Hamas can't attack their population. And it probably isn't worth their while to go in there and root them out at the cost of some lives, perhaps hundreds of Israeli soldiers. So the status quo is fine for Israel in large part. And at the same time, if Israel isn't sufficiently motivated to get rid of Hamas, I can assure you there's no one else in the world, not the Turks, not the Saudis, nobody, not the Pakistanis who have been talking about going in as a peacekeeping force, nobody is going to bleed to fight Hamas if Israel won't. So the ceasefire essentially achieved what it needed to for Israel. It's frozen the conflict. Israel's got its hostages back. And it has achieved nothing for Hamas, who have no prospect of ever breaking out from behind the barricades that Israel has set up for them.
What about countries like Qatar that unconspicuously back groups like Hamas? What kind of action should be, mulled, and why has that action not come as of now?
Right, so this is the question. So it was Qatar, chief among the guarantors of the deal with Hamas, who promised President Trump that they would ensure that Hamas actually stuck to the deal. And while the first phase, the release of the hostages, went more or less to plan, there was always no prospect of the second phase coming to pass. And I think everyone now recognizes this and is just happy the hostages are out. Qatar essentially made promises that they could not keep. And my guess is they will pay a diplomatic price for that with the system.
Okay, Saul, thanks very much then for joining me in this discussion. And with that, viewers, we are going to proceed. Palestinians in Gaza are restoring to mud and rubble to rebuild homes that were destroyed in months of conflict, as lack of access to construction material leaves families with few options. Men in Khan Yunus are mixing mud and water and stack stones salvaged from bombed out houses to rebuild parts of their homes. Some Palestinians have responded. Let's listen in what they had to say.
طينة لأن الناس بنوها بنا دورهم انهدت بودي لهم طينة عشان يبنوها زي ما أنت شايف وعد أول مرة نشتغل شغلانة هذه بس في الحرب اشتغلناها وحد سعرها يعني 50 شيكل زي ما أنت شايف بنتعب في طينة مش رمل.
يخلي الناس تلجأ بالطينة لأن لا يوجد كرفانات في قطاع غزة، لأن إسرائيل منعت دخول الكرفانات والزينجو وما شابه ذلك والخشب ورأس محمد، والناس لجأت تلم الأحجار من البيوت المدمرة وتجيب طينة وتبني فيه عشان هذاك علشان انه تحمي نفسها من البرد ومن الصيف.
كنا طبعا قاعدين في خيام وانا الى خاطب تقريبا سنه وشهر، فإلى فتره بحاول ان انا اجمع حق خيمه، ما تمكنتش ان انا اشتري خيمه بسبب غلاء الخيم، وصل اسعارها يعني فوق ال 2000 و 2500 شيكل. فقلت انا اجي اصلح بيتنا واقعد فيه بالطينه. جمعت احجار من حوالينا، من الردم، من الدور المقصوفه، جمعت احجار مكسوره، جمعت طينه شويه شويه، بديت اضبط في البيت.
Alright, and moving ahead, 2 people have died and several were wounded in Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian border regions. In Rostov-on-Don, a drone strike caused a fire in a presidential building. residential building, leaving one man dead among the charged remains. 4 others, including a 4-year-old child, were injured in separate strikes throughout the region, which also sparked fires in industrial areas. Moreover, in Belgorod, another border region, a woman was killed and a man wounded when a drone struck their vehicle. Sources say that this area has seen frequent retaliatory drone attacks and has also recently experienced a massive power outage. This comes as Ukrainian forces said that Russia launched overnight attacks on Ukraine with 113 drones and 3 ballistic missiles fired. And we now move to news from South Asia, where Pakistan has entered an agreement with a firm linked to World Liberty Financial, the primary crypto venture associated with US President Donald Trump's family, to explore the use of World Liberty's stablecoin for cross-border payments. The deal represents one of the first publicly announced tie-ups between World Liberty, a crypto-based finance platform launched in September 2024, and a sovereign state. It also comes amid a warming of ties between President of the US and Pakistan. According to reports, under the agreement, WLF will collaborate with Pakistan's central bank to integrate its USD1 stablecoin into a regulated digital payments framework, enabled to function alongside Pakistan's existing digital currency infrastructure. Fakhar Yusufzai, who is a Pakistani journalist, now joins me in this discussion from Islamabad. Thank you, Fakhar, for joining me here. Fakhar, how is this tie-up going to be impacted once Trump demits office?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Actually, from last June 2025, when the Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir met to the President of America, after that the situation is going, I will say that, going to change. Lots of things are going on, but I think so. The main point is, as a Pakistani journalist, I will raise the benefit of the Pakistani nation, or for the national interest of Pakistan. What is going on for the national interest of Pakistan? This is very important. Actually, nowadays we have seen Mr. Trump. He is imposing all the things on those countries which we say that this is the friend of US, or this is the friend of some other countries. I think so. Crypto is a digital payment system, or the digital currency, very important. But as well as I have seen the report issued by Reuters and Pakistani media also covering this important development. Actually, the country like Pakistan, we have many problems in our system. It is involved with the banking system as well as to the financial system, because I'm covering lots of issues which related to the Pak-US relation. But I think so in this type of relation, America have an upper hand in every aspect which is related. If it is related to the defense, it is related to the finance, it is related to the rare earth minerals. I think so the Pakistani nation or the Pakistani people not getting any benefit from all these things. Actually, I have seen photographs or the video some short time ago. The Pakistani Field Marshal was there, the Pakistani Finance Minister was there, the Pakistani Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister was there. Of course, the Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister should be there, as well as the Finance Minister. But what about the Chief Saab, or the CDF Chief of Defense Forces? What he is doing there? Because this is not his job, I think so. It's very strange for me, but it is going on because Donald Trump is directly dealing not with the political government in Pakistan. He is dealing with Rawalpindi, and I think so this deal is also associated or between the Rawalpindi and Washington.
All right, but how is this deal going to affect the bureaucracy and the executive in Pakistan, because with crypto the chances of corruption and dark web payments are a real threat. Does Pakistan have those regulations in place for the use of these cryptocurrencies?
Actually, I have seen from last 1.5 years that the Pakistan Federal Investigation Agency, FIA, have raid on so many offices in Pakistan, in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. And they have a raid against those people which is associated with this type of payments or this type of businesses. I think so. The Pakistani government want it in a legal way, but it will take time. Of course, as you said, that bureaucracy or the dark web, as we know about that, it is of course very very threatening the country like Pakistan, because in Pakistan our system need so many things to be improved, even in 2026. Especially if I talk about our Pakistani banking system, which is not that much secure, which should be. This is the main thing. And the other one, the Pakistani people, I think so. They like the physical instrument. I mean to say the currency note. If you want to say to someone that I will pay via bank or via this, they will tell you that please give me cash. This is the main problem for the Pakistani society, as well as the Pakistani economy. Of course, we have facing so many problems right now. This time, we have the poverty problem. We have a political instability. We have the $1 billion of debt payment, which is due from different countries, especially from International Monetary Fund. I think so. These are the main things which we should focus on. That the crypto or the other currency. Of course, the world is going towards the digitalization. But why not the other country are going for the crypto? I will say that why not India is going for that, or the other Asian countries are not going, and why the Trump administration or the Trump family is not entrusted with the other countries for these type of things. I think so. I'm sorry to say, but I think so. There is something fishy.
All right, Fakhar, thank you very much then for joining me in this discussion. Viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the World Report on NewsX World. Thanks for watching here. For all news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has said that the United States needs Greenland for national security and to strengthen NATO's effectiveness. Without it, Russia or China could gain control, and anything less than US ownership is unacceptable. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed more than 2,000 people. A senior Iranian official has warned the US against military action, saying Iran would strike American bases if attacked. Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. US President Donald Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into Venezuelan oil market. According to official government statement, Algeria's President Abdelmadjid Tebboune has called on youth living abroad in vulnerable or illegal situations to return home, promising to regularize their status and grant amnesty for minor offenses. The call is to the 54,000 Algerians who left for Europe between 2020 and 2024. According to French official statements, France's Interior Ministry has banned 10 British far-right activists from entering or remaining in France after determining their actions could incite violence and seriously disrupt public order. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution is coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024, but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Now we start with U.S. According to reports, Washington has ordered some personnel to depart major American bases in the Middle East, including in Al Udeid in Qatar. The move is described as a precaution as tensions rise following Iran's protest crackdown and U.S. warnings of possible action ahead. Furthermore, Qatar has announced it is taking all necessary measures to ensure the security and safety of its citizens and residents amid growing regional tensions. The government said recent movements of personnel at the Al Udeid Air Base are part of these precautionary measures, stressing that the actions are responsive to the current situation in the region. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has condemned the murder of an anti-government protesters in Iran. Let's listen in.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by condemning, in the strongest possible terms, the sickening repression and murder of protesters in Iran. The contrast between the courage of the Iranian people and the brutality of their desperate regime has never been clearer. Mr. Speaker, we've called out this brutality face to face. We're working with allies on further sanctions and doing all we can to protect UK nationals.
Rights group HRANA has verified 2,403 protester deaths and 147 government-related fatalities. This comes as Tehran has warned neighbors hosting U.S. troops that it would strike if America intervenes. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now,
thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, looking at this Iran and U.S. situation, what can U.S. do? And now that U.S. has said that diplomacy, or kind of closed the door of diplomacy, and what do you think could come next, as U.S. also has removed some personnel from their bases around Middle East?
Well, I think the U.S. understands that only very severe measures on its behalf are going to deter the Iranian regime from killing the demonstrators. And once they stop doing that, they are going to be facing the wrath of those demonstrators who want to see a change in regime in Iran. So we are now in a duel, I would say, between Khamenei on the one side and President Trump on the other, about the fate of the demonstrations and the fate of the Iranian regime as well. And that's what they can do. There's a wide variety of steps that they can take, not necessarily kinetic, but also kinetic steps, in order to make sure that those in the government of Iran that are responsible for killing the demonstrators will pay a price for that.
And now that we know that there's not a lot of people in Iran are not happy, but they keep the regime keeps pointing fingers outside instead of admitting to their mistakes or their wrongdoings. What's your take on that, as they continue to say that it's because of US or it's because of Israeli agents, etc.?
Well, this is ridiculous. Nobody believes that. It's the grievances of the Iranian people are real and not invented by any foreign force. There's a lack of water, there's a lack of electricity in a country that has so much oil under its soil, and there's malfunctioning of the entire systems in Iran because of the shortcomings of the government.
And on top of that, there are also some problems that emerge from steps taken against Iran by the international community, the sanctions of the Americans and the Europeans that are taken because the Iranians insist on supporting terrorism all over the Middle East and beyond, and because they insist on having a military nuclear project. Well, the entire world wants them to stop that. So it's all the making of the Iranian Islamic regime, and nobody believes anything else but this. And I think that what the public wants to see is a change in policy, and not buy all kinds of stories about foreign intervention.
And yes, like the public, even though we're seeing a lot of visuals and public wants change, but is there anyone who can take place if this regime falls? Who's the opposition here?
Well, that's a very good question.
Thank you.
The one name that is repeatedly raised is the name of the former Shah son, Reza Pahlavi. But there's a question mark of whether he's strong enough in order to do that. But I think that this revolution is going to give birth to new names, and we'll see who's going to eventually lead this revolution, maybe some coalition of the opposition forces, and that will together pave the road for a democratic and free Iran that would allow the people of Iran to decide who's going to take care of the fate of Iran in the future.
Yes, that's a good point. We will be eyeing that. And also, you know, as we know, the voters, of course, are not in Iran of President Trump. They're all in US. But US President Trump keeps posting in his Truth Social about Iran, and he also keeps making statements about these protesters. But of course, at the end of the day, these people are not the people voting for Trump in the upcoming midterm elections, right? So what is Trump's motive? What do you think?
Well, I think, first of all, he has this sense of solidarity with the people that are being murdered in Iran, and he knows that they are fighting for freedom, and he feels for them. And on top of that, Iran is a threat and a source of terrorism, a threat for stability, and the source of terrorism all over the world. And they shout repeatedly death to America, and he doesn't like it. And he understands that steps should be taken in order to prevent them from being able to make good on their promise to kill America. And of course, because they also cooperate with China and Russia, it is another good reason for him to take action against this regime. But I think basically it's because he cannot stand this pictures coming out of Iran of demonstrators being murdered by their own regime. It's something that nobody should tolerate, and we see even some Europeans are speaking against it, and that's clear that anybody in the free world cannot accept this kind of situation.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving the focus on to China, Chinese authorities have told domestic companies to stop using cybersecurity software made by roughly a dozen firms from the US and Israel due to national security concerns. As trade and diplomatic tensions flare between China and the US, and both sides vie for tech supremacy, and Beijing has been keen to replace Western-made technology with domestic alternatives. According to sources, the U.S. companies whose cybersecurity software has been banned include Broadcom-owned VMware, Palo Alto Networks, and Fortinet, while the Israeli companies include Checkpoint Software Technologies. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, this ban, why do you think China is countering right now? What does this timing suggest? And also, how will this affect Israeli companies? As long as I know that Tel Aviv is a big hub for a lot of tech companies and many cutting-edge tech companies.
Yes, but that is true. Israel is a major hub of high tech and especially of cybersecurity. I think we are third or second in the world in the volume of our business in this area. But I don't think we do a lot of business with China because of security reasons. And so I'm not sure this is going to be such a big damage to Israeli companies. I think basically it stems from the need for the Chinese to retaliate to steps taken against their companies, their high-tech companies in the West in general. And that's why they take this step. Maybe they're also really worried that this may lead to their secrets leaked to some other places. But basically, I don't think this is the main reason. The main reason is the will to retaliate to steps taken against their companies around the globe.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Now we have a breaking news. A Greenland government has announced an increased military presence in and around the island, emphasizing that the move is aimed at strengthening NATO's footprint in the Arctic and enhancing European and transatlantic security. Officials said the purpose of the deployments and ongoing exercises is to train forces to operate under the unique Arctic conditions while ensuring readiness in a strategically important region. The Danish armed forces, in close cooperation with NATO allies, will continue their Arctic exercises, highlighting the collaborative defense posture. Greenland's government has stressed that the measures are defensive and part of broader efforts to maintain stability in the Arctic, a region of growing geopolitical significance due to its natural sources and strategic shipping routes. Now for this breaking news, we welcome Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Alison, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now that tensions and, of course, the situation is escalating, how do you analyze this current readiness or countermeasures by the NATO with minus US and, of course, the Greenland in Greenland by the towards defense for themselves versus US? Yes.
Well, I think the world, America included, was quite surprised by Donald Trump's statements. They weren't totally unexpected, but he was very forceful in saying the US needed Greenland for security. It wasn't even a question of discussion or negotiations. And I think Europe was alarmed at first. You could see by the statements made by the Danish Prime Minister and other leading officials in Europe. And now I think that Denmark and NATO, minus the US, as your report said, want to take back control, not of Greenland, but of this story, of this narrative that this is a strategic island and it's important for NATO defense. So what they are doing by staging these exercises, which they underline are defensive, is showing they are being responsible for the security situation, and they're taking it seriously. So Donald Trump can't say, this island is undefended, we need it, we're going to take it. So they're trying to behave responsibly, but also constructively by holding these defensive exercises. Obviously, they've been staged in a very short time. Normally, exercises like this, there's weeks or if not months in the planning. But we are living in unprecedented times, and the statements by Donald Trump have caused alarm both sides of the Atlantic, particularly in Europe. So these exercises is both a political statement that NATO members, especially led by Denmark, are taking control of the territory. They are showing that they are concerned about security and its strategic position. And it's a kind of riposte to Donald Trump to show him that, yes, we're in control here. We have everything under control. And, there is no need for any outside intervention.
Do you think they will be able to continue this stance? Do you think they will be able to balance this out?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
It very much depends on what Donald Trump's aims are and the aims of his administration. If he really does want to take wants more control over Greenland, then we can expect more statements, and eventually there will be negotiations and discussions. Because I really don't think the US is going to intervene militarily in Greenland. I think that would be rather a haphazard thing to do, and it would not particularly benefit Donald Trump or Greenland or Denmark or NATO. But I think now the ball is in Donald Trump's court. How will he respond to these exercises? How will he say, I think he said yesterday, I'm going to take Greenland one way or the other. We have to see where his rhetoric goes. And we know from the past that sometimes what Donald Trump says doesn't necessarily come true. But then sometimes, in the case of Venezuela, he didn't make too many announcements, and then there was that spectacular, from a tactical point of view anyway, capture of Nicolas Maduro. So now the ball is in Donald Trump's court, and we have to see how serious he is about getting control of Greenland. That's the thing we'll be waiting for next.
So what do you think, it's very ironic, yes, like you rightfully mentioned, that he was very quiet about Venezuela and then a big move. And then so many other things, he's very loud and then no action. So do you think a lot of countries are now taking his statements about Greenland, they're taking it so serious because what happened on the 3rd January towards Nicolas Maduro?
Absolutely. I think it's the fact that his statements on Greenland came so shortly after the capture of Nicolas Maduro, that US military intervention, that the countries were forced to take this seriously. And it's not the first time Donald Trump has mentioned his strategic interest in Greenland. He mentioned it in his first term and before. But the fact that it came after this spectacular operation in Venezuela, that they were forced to take it seriously. And he didn't just say it once, he kept repeating it in various different ways. We're going to get it. He was saying that the Russians and the Chinese were in submarines around the island. I don't think that's necessarily true, but it's possible they have interest in that area. They'd be silly not to. But I think NATO allies were forced to take this seriously, particularly Denmark, because it directly affects the country over which they have, I think, foreign and security policy. They are in charge of Greenland. So yes, of course, they had to take it seriously. But again, with Donald Trump, you never know. You have to see how it plays out, what his plans are.
With that, I would like to thank Ms. Alison Mutler for joining us today and sharing that insight on this breaking news. Now we move on to U.S. and Venezuela. House Foreign Affairs Committee Democrats are holding a special public meeting today after Republicans failed to conduct any hearings on the Trump administration's actions in Venezuela and the Caribbean. Ranking Member Gregory Meeks extended an invitation to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who declined to testify before Congress. Instead, Democrats will hear from former diplomats and foreign policy experts. This comes as the Trump administration argues it cannot comply with the federal judge's order to provide court hearings for dozens of deported Venezuelan migrants. Officials say the removals cannot be reviewed after U.S. forces deposed Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, so many things coming in from U.S. What more can you tell us about this ongoing, federal versus Trump administration situation?
Well, there's a real showdown at the moment between the federal and the state jurisdiction, and also with Congress, because when Donald Trump acted in Venezuela, he is the chief of the armed forces. He does have the right, but he bypassed Congress. And that obviously caused concern with Congress, because this is not the way that the U.S. has conducted its military affairs, its foreign affairs in recent history. But he had the right to do that. But it has caused questions and concern, and Congress would like there to be some, liability. They'd like there to be some explanation about this. And talking about him going over the heads of other institutions, we saw of course, in the tragic shooting of a woman in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, that the ICE agents were there and they were conducting on the ground, and they surpassed the local law enforcement. So again, Donald Trump is taking his power, and he is bypassing the traditional route. He is ignoring, if you like, the Congress and also the state authorities. He says this is for security reasons, and he has a point in Venezuela that had he let members of Congress know about his planned intervention, it probably would have been leaked to the press. And with that kind of intervention, you can't afford that. But he is making this a modus operandi in which he is going over the heads of the traditional hierarchy of power in the United States.
Right. And so where does this take us to? Like you mentioned, he's skipping all the traditional routes, not just domestic, but of course international law as well, and security forces. If this federal court doesn't get to hear directly from Trump administration and only from formal diplomats or formal ministers, what will be the trajectory then? Is this actually legitimate if they cannot actually hear from anyone from Trump administration?
Well, it raises very, very serious questions. I mean, what right does he, under the Constitution, under American law, have to bypass these rules, to skip, as you said, the traditional routes? Yes, there are a lot of questions being raised, and as you said, everything is happening so fast. We have one event after the other. We haven't even mentioned here Iran. We haven't particularly mentioned NATO. I mean, there's just, and Russia and Ukraine. I mean, there's just so many domestic and also international events going on. It's hard to keep up. But what we're piecing together is a certain modus operandi in which the US president seems to have unprecedented powers, and he thinks he's unassailable. Now, whether he will be held to account depends on also the American institutions, the American courts. We mustn't forget, very important this week is it's a ruling, I think, on the tariffs, whether they're legal or not. I think that's been delayed once already, but that will be very important. How strong is the court system? So it's not just what Trump wants to do, the way he operates, but it's also how the institutes, the American institutions, respond to his actions.
And lastly, Ms. Butler, it seems like, instead of doing something to gain votes for his upcoming midterm election, it seems like he's just doing the opposite from my perspective. What's your take? Do you think there could be anything that can save him from losing more votes here?
Well, I mean, his voter base, he has a hardcore voter base that will vote for him whatever happens, whatever he does. So he's assured of that. But then there are, of course, the voters that are swing voters that vote depending on the results, the outcomes of his administration. And yes, we have, they say 1 week is a long time in politics. We have several months. I think it's in the fall, the midterm elections are going to be held. But yes, I think he himself realizes he could face a problem because of his, let's just say, unorthodox way of being the president of the United States. He could face quite serious problems, or his Republican Party could face quite serious problems. But he did say at one point, you better vote for me because otherwise they'll impeach me. He will put that, and if they impeach me, the situation will be worse. So he will use scare tactics, I'm sure. But yes, I think there are concerns, but he strikes me as a president who's in a great hurry to achieve his aims, and in a very unorthodox way. And we'll just have to see what the responses are, and also what the outcome of his actions are around the globe. I mean, he said he's in charge of Venezuela, and the American oil companies are going to make a lot of money. Now, that sounds quite nice, particularly the oil companies are going to make a lot of money, particularly from a regime such as the Maduro regime, which flouted so many human rights. But on paper, these things, they may sound promising, shall we say, but in reality, they're much harder to achieve. And I think, he has the emotional touch with his voters because he says words, he has grand gestures that appeal to some people. But you have to see at the end of the day, what is the reality? And that is what will cost him, I think. But as again, I say it's a long way before the midterm elections, but he's not behaving in a way that he he looks like he's trying to get re-elected. Sorry, his party will still have a majority in Congress, but with Donald Trump, you never know. You never know what he'll come up with next.
Yeah, 100%. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Ms. Alison Butler, for joining us today and staying with us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to our next news. President Donald Trump has announced early today that his administration will end federal funding to sanctuary cities and states, calling the jurisdiction corrupt criminal protection centers that breed crime and violence. The move, effective on February 1st, comes after Trump repeatedly criticized sanctuary policies for limiting local cooperation with federal immigration authorities and providing social benefits to undocumented immigrants. The president has reiterated his stance on Truth Social post, and during a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, Attorney General Pam Bondi was directed to identify federal grants and contracts that could be suspended or terminated, with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem involved in enforcing the order. The administration has previously listed over 500 sanctuary jurisdictions it says are obstructing immigration enforcement. The announcement follows legal challenges. A federal judge blocked an earlier executive order pausing funding for more than 30 sanctuary cities, calling it likely unconstitutional. Despite the ruling, Trump's administration has continued its crackdown on illegal immigration, which has sparked protests nationwide, including over recent ICE and Border Patrol shootings in Minneapolis and Portland. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Peter Cardillo. He's a chief economist at Spartan Capitals, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Cardillo, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, how significant is this policy that will be, put into place from February 1st, and how will people be affected in U.S.?
Well, it's to begin with, it's significant, but this is nothing new. President Trump has a very strong feeling about illegal immigration, and he's made his thoughts known, not only in this administration, but in the previous administration. And the fact that he says he's going to cut fundings for sanctuary cities and states that follow that doctrine, is nothing new. He probably will, but of course, there'll be challenges probably in the courts, and we've seen this all along with many other situations. So, at one point, I think the thought of what may or may not happen at the midterms might probably lessen his rhetoric in terms of cutting off funding. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to do it. He probably will, but will it be long lasting? I'm not sure. This time around, he does have a cabinet that's extremely loyal to him. So it's somewhat more meaningful from that perspective. But remember that at the end, he has to deal with voters.
Yes, and talking about voters, I asked earlier our guest as well, but so how is he planning to gain back the voters? Because he's doing so many things to deter these voters who wanted best for themselves, and it turns out like this. Yeah.
Well, he himself doesn't have to gain back the voters because this is his last term in office. And so the problem is what will happen in the midterms. And you know that Congress has the Republicans have a very, very slim lead, and even in the Senate. So if he runs the risk of losing Congress, and then he just basically has his hand ties for the next 3 years.
And lastly, so where is this all money going as he takes this money out from this kind of funding and many more fundings?
I'm sure he finds a home for it. I don't know where it's going, but I'm sure
Could
that
it be army?
if he takes it from column A and he puts it in column B and then back to B to A, I don't know, but I can tell you that I don't think that this type of action will not be challenged by the courts.
Right. Do you think that this funding could be put into military?
Well, yeah, the funding, of course, I mean, again, I don't know how, I'm not an expert on that type of politics or that type of finances, but it's just a question of, well, either you play ball with me or you're not going to get the funding that's necessary. And his administration, has been, and this is nothing new. I mean, he's been very open about this. In the previous administration, now he said, look, we don't want illegal immigrants here. And this time, obviously, he's taking much, much more harsh movements against illegal immigrants as opposed to his previous administration. And that goes back to the fact that he has a very loyal cabinet.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Peter Cardillo for joining us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to Europe. Ukraine's parliament has named Mikhailo Fedorov, who is aged 34, as the country's new defense minister. As the conflict with Russia nears its fourth year, Fedorov, previously first deputy prime minister and digital transformation minister, has been a central figure in Ukraine's high-tech war effort. He has played a key role in deploying Starlink internet terminals to frontline troops and in creating a drone line to target Russian forces. As Defense Minister Fedorov said, he plans to modernize the military through digitalization, expanded use of drones and artificial intelligence, and broader integration of technology into defense operations. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing from topics across the world. As war continues in Ukraine and tensions rise across Europe, NATO is faced with one of its most serious tests since the Cold War. Russia remains the alliance's primary security threat, but political disputes among allies, questions over US commitment, and growing pressures on European defense spending are raising concerns about NATO's unity and long-term credibility. From the battlefields of Ukraine to the Arctic and the Baltic Sea, the future of European security is at a critical juncture. To discuss this, joining us now is Mikael Runge Olsen. He's a leading researcher on NATO and transatlantic relations. His work focuses on European security, the Arctic-Baltic Sea dynamics, and Danish foreign policy, with a strong interest in the political and psychological drivers of alliance decision-making. Mr. Mikael Runge Olsen, thank you very much for joining us on Focal Length. My first question to you is, NATO says Russia remains its biggest security threat, yet public political disputes between allies, especially involving US rhetoric towards European territories, have shaken trust inside the alliance. How can NATO deter Moscow if unity itself looks fragile?
Well, that's an excellent question, and I think that the simple answer is it can't really, right? Or at least it will be much harder, and that it has been the fundamental question that European leaders have been asking themselves for quite a while, and that is, can we trust the US? And this is a excuse me. This is a scary question for European leaders because. For 75 years, the bedrock of European security has been built on the foundation that there was a security guarantee from the US to Europe. So having had doubts about that, triggered by Donald Trump's remarks about NATO, his behavior in the Ukraine crisis, and now this debacle with Denmark and Greenland over control with Greenland it has shaken European leaders and has sort of brought up the question: can we really rely on the US going forward? And I think also brought forth this idea that we must begin to consider in Europe if there are alternatives. Not now, but in the future, and to consider if we've been too dependent on the US.
Right, and building on that now, NATO has poured weapons, training and intelligence into Ukraine, but still avoids direct military involvement to prevent escalation with Russia. Has this approach strengthened NATO's credibility or exposed the limits of what the alliance is actually willing to risk?
No, I actually don't think so. I think that it's important to keep in mind here that NATO's unwillingness to go all the way and put boots on the ground in Ukraine rests on the idea that a shooting war between the West and Russia can end very, very badly for everyone involved. And of course, I think ultimately the specter of nuclear war is what ultimately hangs in the background, and the reason why Western leaders have not been willing to get involved in Ukraine so directly. And in that sense, I think it makes sense, and it's a coherent strategy to say, okay, so are there other ways that Ukraine can be helped, if not through direct intervention? And here we've seen a remarkable focus from the West, but some countries more than others in supplying military equipment to Ukraine and in supplying intelligence, training, all those kinds of things. And I think it's fair to say that the fact that the Ukrainians have been able to keep the Russians at bay for so long, they deserve really great credit for that. That's immensely impressive. But also, I very much doubt that it would have been possible without Western aid.
Now, when senior US leaders openly float the idea of controlling Greenland, Danish officials warned that such a move would destroy NATO. If allies can't even hint at using force against each other, does Article 5 still carry any real meaning?
Well, I think that's what remains to be seen, right? I mean, nothing has been broken completely beyond repair yet. So it remains to be seen. But in the event of a U.S. invasion of Greenland, that would have potentially catastrophic consequences for NATO. And I think not just because, of course, the other NATO countries would have great sympathy for Denmark and Greenland, but because it would bring up the question, if the US can do this to Denmark and Greenland, a small democratic ally that has sent troops to fight and die alongside Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq, and if the US can do this, then what might they do to the rest of us? And for that reason, I also think that when we saw Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, she made a statement recently, about a week ago, saying that it could end it could mean the end of NATO if the US attacks. I think that's a fair assessment, exactly because of the poison that it will be to the alliance, that the alliance leader just annexes territory from its smaller allies at whim.
Right. And European leaders are boosting defense spending to 5%, partly because they're unsure how reliable future US leadership will be, along with pressure from President Trump himself. Is NATO still a true transatlantic partnership, or is it quietly preparing for a world where Washington cannot always be trusted?
I think that last part, at least with Trump, is of course vital, right? I think we should perhaps add, at least with Trump, and then ask, well, we don't know who we'll get next time. Will it be another MAGA president? Then maybe we have to come to terms that the US that we knew has changed. And if that is the case, then NATO is in serious jeopardy. I think that there is an interest on both sides of the Atlantic to not do anything rash or hasty. And I think it's too early to declare the death of NATO or anything like that. I think NATO is in a tough spot, and but I don't think that it is beyond salvageable just yet. The Greenland crisis, how it goes, will affect it immensely. But barring a U.S. invasion, I don't see NATO ending just yet. I think the core interests of the parties involved in sticking together at the end of the day are simply too great. And it should also be mentioned that as European leaders move to spend much more, Europe will also be a more interesting ally for the US. While at the same time, the balance of power between the US and Europe within the alliance will probably also shift towards something. It will never quite reach equality or anything like that. Not in the foreseeable future. The US is simply too strong, but it will be less uneven, and that may even be good for the alliance long term.
And the Ukraine war initially unified NATO, but disagreements over long-term funding, weapons, and escalation risks are growing. Has Ukraine strengthened the alliance or just delayed deeper cracks?
I think the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Russian full-scale invasion back in 2022, has strengthened the alliance because it has created a clear threat that all alliance members agree upon, or almost all at least. And in that sense, I think that the European NATO is much more united now in terms of threat perception than was the case earlier. Now, Ukraine, as you ask, that is a bit more complicated. There are disagreements over Ukraine, and if you take a look at the numbers, it's also marked that it's the northern European countries that are paying the most, that are sending the most to Ukraine by a quite large margin. My home country of Denmark actually for a long time was the fourth biggest contributor to Ukraine, not per capita, but in absolute numbers. So that's very significant. And that is a problem long term, because it creates this sense of unequal burden sharing within the alliance. So yes, Ukraine can become a problem for NATO unity going forward if we're not careful.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now NATO's combined military power is overwhelming, but history shows alliances fail when political will collapses. In a polarized West, is NATO real vulnerability now political rather than military?
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree that I think that if we're talking about Russia, if we're making a comparison, I mean, the Russian economy is smaller than the Italian, and of course you can get soldiers, you can get more soldiers in Russia for the same amount of money than you can in Italy or elsewhere in Europe, most places in Europe. But nevertheless, the economic foundation of power is much greater in Europe than it is in Russia. So even without the US, a unified Europe that's serious about its defense should be able to deter Russia. If we add the US, if we still count the US in, then there's absolutely no contest. And that is also why the Europeans have been so happy with the security guarantee from the US, because that has been a clear insurance that has guaranteed peace in Western Europe for decades, since the Second World War, basically. So it will be a big loss for European leaders if that security guarantee turns to fail completely. But there are still possibilities that Europe, a unified Europe, or even a unified parts of Europe, would be able to deter Russia on its own.
With an active war in Europe, rising Arctic tensions and political fractures inside the alliance, is NATO entering its most dangerous phase since the Cold War?
I think that it depends on your definition of dangerous. If you think of, are we entering the most dangerous phase in terms of an existential crisis for NATO? Then I think yes, this is probably the moment where the existence of NATO has been under most pressure. I would tend to agree with that. I mean, compared to the Cold War, the threat was different. I think we also have to be aware that the current Russia is not at the same level as the Soviet Union of the Cold War. Russia today is weaker. It has a lot of nuclear weapons, but compared to the Soviet Union, its conventional military forces are a lot weaker, and for that reason, it should also be more manageable to deter, even with less U.S. involvement. So yes, I will say I don't think it is necessarily a more dangerous period in terms of the risk for a world war compared to the worst periods of the Cold War. But in terms of NATO surviving as an alliance, then it may be the worst period for NATO right now.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Mikael Runge Olesen for joining us and sharing your insights on Focal Length. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of the Focal Length. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to...
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has said that the United States needs Greenland for national security and to strengthen NATO's effectiveness. Without it, Russia or China could gain control, and anything less than US ownership is unacceptable. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed more than 2,000 people. A senior Iranian official has warned the US against military action, saying Iran would strike American base if attacked. Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. US President Donald Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. According to official government statements, Algeria's President Abdelmadjid Tebboune has called on youth living abroad in vulnerable or illegal situations to return home, promising to regularize their status and grant amnesty for minor offenses. The call is to the 54,000 Algerians who left for Europe between 2020 and 2024. According to French official statements, France's Interior Ministry has banned 10 British far-right activists from entering or remaining in France after determining their actions could incite violence and seriously disrupt public order. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024, but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Now we start this hour with the Middle East. A senior advisor to Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has warned US President Donald Trump, saying the June strike on Al Udeid air base in Qatar showed Iran's capability to respond to any attack. The advisor has stressed this was in retaliation for US support to Israel, highlighting Iran's defensive will. This comes as Washington has ordered some personnel to depart major US bases in the Middle East, including Al Udeid in Qatar, as a precaution amid rising tensions following Iran's crackdown on protests. The move comes after warnings from Tehran that it could strike US bases if America intervenes. Qatar's international media office has said that personnel movements at Al Udeid Air Base has responded to regional tension. The government affirms it is taking all measures to protect citizens, residents, and critical infrastructure, promising updates through official channels. Meanwhile, rights group HRANA says 2,403 protesters and 147 government-affiliated individuals have been killed during the recent unrest. Dozens of Iranians have arrived in Turkey through the Kapikoy border gate, many with luggage and personal belongings headed to nearby towns. Turkish authorities say the border situation is stable, but developments are being closely monitored. Let's listen in.
Çok dövüş tartışmamız yoktu yani bizlerde. Farslarda biraz oldu kaç gün. Ama onu da devletimiz kontrol ediyor. Çok haberimiz yok. Biz bilmiyoruz. İnternetimiz yoktu. İnternetimiz yani bizim İran içindir. Yani millidir. Biz deriz milli deriz. Orada da bir şeyler yok olmur. Yok. Yani şu an sakin. Şu an sakinliği. Birkaç gün oldu ama şimdi sakinliktir.
Bizim şehrimizde yoktu, hayır yoktu. Bəli, büyük şehirlerde oldu. İtirazlar pahalılığa göre vardı. Azalıbdı.
Yani şu an azalmış.
Evet.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Poland. And also Mr. Ali Muhammad Abushbak, he's a Middle East researcher, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you to both our guests for joining us on this news. Now, first, I would like to go to Dr. Nagao for this discussion. Dr. Nagao, like looking at the developments between Iran, Turkey, and U.S., what can Turkey realistically do? And also, how credible is Iran's claims when they say that they are capable of so much and counter-attacking U.S.'s attacks?
There is a possibility Iran has still some ballistic missile to attack the U.S. military base. That is true. But at the same time, the precision attack or not is matter, because in case of the ballistic missile, the attack, precision attack is very difficult indeed because of the technical issue. So that's why they can attack the U.S. base, but will they kill the many U.S. soldiers? That is indeed uncertain. Even if under such kind of situation, still the Iranian can say that they can retaliate. That is true. But view from the military power, the U.S. military power is far precise and far strong. So indeed, this is not equal battle that we can expect. In case of the Turkish road, of course, how to identify what happened is the matter, and the view from the geographical proximity, Turkish road is very important to identify what will happen. But at the same time, Turkish road is limited in case of how to solve the issue in the Iran. Because Iran and Turkey is a different country, and Iran can crack down inside of the anti-government demonstration, but and in this case, Turkey cannot intervene inside of the Iran. In this case, some country has influence inside of Iran. Some cases, of course, Israel's influence is relatively big, I think, but at the same time, Iranian decision, of course, based on Iranian people's decision. So that's why Iranian government try to crack down the people. But what will happen finally is rely on the people's will, I think. And the people's will move the army's attitude of Iran. It will change drastically. But Iran has two armies. One is former army, another one is Revolutionary Guard. So if the Revolutionary Guard power is strong enough, of course it is not easy to change the regime or change the policy. So that's why indeed the U.S., if the U.S. eliminate the power of the Revolutionary Guard, it could be the game-changing situation.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that. Now I would like to go to Mr. Bushbuck for my next question. Building on Dr. Nagao's answer, how credible is actually Iran's claims and about their capabilities, and also how alert should Qatar be? As you know, we saw last time in June, we saw some spillover towards Qatar when Israel and Iran were in conflict.
Thank you for having me. Thanks. Is Iran now in trouble, in very hard position and very hard situation. It's looking for, especially it has no allies. So all the Iranian proxy in the area have been impacted during the 7th of October, and there is no any kind of proxy has a strong, there is no strong card for Iran. So now Iran changed to the diplomacy way, and it's a change to a several of method to handle the situation on the ground. Western country is still criticizing the behavior of suppressing the protester in Iran. So I guess nowadays Qatar couldn't, Qatar and also Oman, one of the Iranian alliance, and has a good relation with Iran since a very long time, since 2016 during the Arabic crisis with Qatar. Iran used to support Qatar, and Iran used to import several of supplies to Qatar. Right. So nowadays, the new actor in this kind of conflict is the Turkey. That's giving a very hard question. Especially Iran is a Shia sector, and Turkey is a Sufi or also
Alawi. Yes. We seem to
a
be
Sunni
losing.
So
Yes.
that's giving question, is a Turkey has a new rule in the area in Middle East.
We seem to be losing connection with Mr. Abushbak, so I would like to go back to Dr. Satoru Nagao for my question. Dr. Satoru, now, in case this regime change does happen, as we see a lot of protesters taking in the streets of Iran, who is the opposition figure?
That is a matter of concern. In case of the Venezuela, why the United States eliminate only Maduro? Because they worry about what happened after that. The regime change has happened, but only they remove the leader of the dictatorship. And still the Maduro regime continue to stay in the government, workable government. That's why the panic hasn't happened, and the cost of the U.S. military intervention is very limited. In case of Iran, what will happen? If the regime change has happened just by removing the top level, of course, current regime continue to stay and try to reconcile with anti-government people, and maybe it will be a relatively peaceful regime change could happen. But if the United States eliminate all of the current regime, and Iranian people need to establish the new government from the one that is a very tough job, big job, and so it is not easy to achieve to establish the new government immediately.
Yes.
So that's why how to solve this issue, how to eliminate, or which part the U.S. should eliminate in the current Iranian regime is a matter of concern when we think about after that.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that and joining us, to both our guests, Dr. Satoru Nagao and Mr. Ali Abushbak. Now we move on to our next news. Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Jaishankar has confirmed this on a post on X. Both the leaders discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. Now we move on the focus on to Middle East. Gaza's civil defense has begun transferring dozens of bodies that were hastily buried during months of war as recovery efforts continue in the aftermath of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Around 50 bodies were moved from a makeshift cemetery in Gaza City's Al-Darraj neighborhood to be reburied in official cemeteries. Civil defense officials say most of the bodies have been identified, with families arriving to collect their relatives. The remains are believed to be of Palestinians who were killed during the fighting that erupted after October 7, 2023 attacks and the subsequent war in Gaza. Authorities say the process aims to ensure dignified burials after emergency interments carried out under bombardments and extreme humanitarian conditions. Let's listen in.
ساعات الصباح الأولى طواقم الدفاع المدني توجهت إلى هذه المقبرة العشوائية والتي يقدر عدد الجثامين بها قرابة 50 جثمان. 70% من هؤلاء الجثامين هو معلوم الهوية، لذلك نجد بعض الأهالي هنا لأخذ أبنائهم وذويهم ودفنهم في المقابر الرسمية. أما بالنسبة للشهداء مجهولي الهوية فيتم أخذهم إلى مشرحة مشفى الشفاء هناك لمدة 48 ساعة، يتم اتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة من قبل الأدلة الجنائية والطب الشرعي ووزارة الأوقاف، ثم بعد ذلك دفنهم في المقابر المستحدثة وهي مقبرة الأرقام في دير.
الحمد لله اليوم تمكنت إني أتأكد منه إنه هو هذا زوجي، وعرفت إنه هو بإذن الله بعد 2 وشهر حتمكن من إني أدفنه في المكان المناسب والوضع المناسب.
Now we move on to our next news. Egypt's Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati has said that consensus has been reached on the members of a 15-person Palestinian technocratic committee that will govern the Gaza Strip. Abdelati has said the committee is expected to be announced soon and deployed to Gaza to manage daily life and essential services. Palestinian sources said members have been formally notified and will travel to Egypt for their first meeting expected on Thursday or Friday. The committee is part of a post-war governance plan proposed by U.S. President Donald Trump following Israel's war on Gaza. which has devastated infrastructure and created an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. The panel will include academics, professionals, and civil society figures overseeing key sectors such as health, telecommunications, agriculture, finance, and education. The move comes amid a fragile ceasefire that has remained under strain, with Gaza officials reporting hundreds killed since it took effect in October 2025. Egypt's Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati has said that consensus has been reached on the members of a 15-person Palestinian Technocratic Committee. Now, for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Mohammed Abushbak. Ali Mohammed Abushbak, he's a Middle East researcher, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Mr. Abushbak, for joining us once again and staying with us. Now, looking at this, Egypt's foreign minister's statements, who are these 15 people who are, and what is their role going to be, and where does this committee put the Palestinian Authority and Hamas?
Usama, this is 15 of technocrat member. They are most of them they are from Gaza, and they had several. They worked several. They had several of file in Palestinians government, and they worked with the Palestinian PO. Palestinian Authority, and according to the information I received yesterday, this committee have been reached Cairo, and tomorrow they are going to meet the American ambassador in Egypt, and they will discuss about their plan about the future of Gaza. What I had information about it last year, some of them they got informed about their role and they are about their duty in Gaza as a technocrat, and they were preparing several of file. One of them, the reconstruction Gaza, especially according to the information I have, one of them he met the embassy, the ambassador of UK in Palestinian Authority, and he had met them, and they were discussed about the several of cases about related to Gaza. One of them the reconstruction, and they have a several of file for these, and they showed their plan how they will go through the reconstruction of Gaza. Most of them, what I know from Gaza, this is a very good news, and this is a very good I guess opportunity for the Gazians to represent themselves, because as you know, in Palestinian government that related to the Palestinian Authority, usually the Palestinian people from Gaza, they used to they don't represent the Gazan civilians, and they don't have any ministry, a very strong ministry to be as a minister. So
Yes.
the thing says here, these according to also the news that flee, most of the Palestinian function, they are accepting them, and nowadays their names it's checking in the Israeli side to approve the names, and security they are has no any issue with the Israelis. So I guess if they are going to accept them, we are going to second phase of Gaza, ceasefire, and Hamas has no issue with them. Most of them, they are mediator in Gaza, and they have a less they have they are Hamas, they are accepting them. Most of the Palestinian function, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, also accept the names of the committee of the Palestinian technocrat. The thing is here, is Hamas ready to accept, to hand over the security file or no?
Right.
Because Hamas has always considered the security matters, its responsibility in Gaza. So
Yes.
Hamas is going to fix these things or no? This is the huge challenge facing the new technocrat, and I guess Palestinians are waiting eagerly for this phase for reconstruction, reconstruction the Gaza Strip after the devastated war in Gaza and after 2 years of war and suffering from the war, and several of Palestinians have been casualties in this war and impacted in this war.
Yes.
So the huge challenge, yeah, Usama.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bushbuff, we're running out of time for this discussion, but as always, thank you very much for joining us and sharing that insight. Now, we move the focus on to Thailand. A train delayed in the northeastern Thailand after a construction crane fell onto 2 of its carriages, which killed at least 32 people and injured 66 people. The accident occurred in the Sikio district of Nakhon Ratchasima province, 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok, on a train from the capital bound for Ubon Ratchathani province. The crane was part of a China-backed railway project linking Bangkok to Laos and onward to China. Thailand's Prime Minister has ordered a full investigation, calling for accountability and warning the disaster was likely caused by negligence and safety lapses amid growing concerns over construction standards in the country. According to an eyewitness, the train carriage split in half and noticed smoke rising at the site of crash. Let's listen into what the eyewitness has shared.
เห็นควันไฟมันขึ้นก็เลยออกมาดูเสียงมันดังนะครับก็เลยผมก็เอามอเตอร์ไซค์มาก็มาเห็นนี่ผมก็เลยวิ่งไปนู่นไปเห็นคนนอนเต็มแล้วผมก็เลยขึ้นไปโบกี้ที่2นั้นขาดครึ่งนะครับพอดีช่วยน้องดาน้องชายแล้วก็น้องเขยครับที่ช่วยกันอยู่นะแล้วก็มูลนิธิอยู่5-6 คนนะครับอยู่ข้างบนโบกี้ก็ปีนขึ้นไปก็ไปช่วยเขาเอาคนตาย2 คนแล้วก็คนเจ็บได้2 คนแล้วก็เด็กน้อย1 คน เด็กน้อยนี่อายุเท่าไหร่คะประมาณกว่าครับ
Now we move the focus on to Europe. Denmark has announced an immediate increase in its military presence in and around Greenland, deploying additional aircraft, vessels, and troops, including support from NATO allies. The move comes as talks get underway in Washington following renewed remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump about taking control of the strategically important Arctic island. France has warned that Trump's statements on Greenland must be taken very seriously. Speaking in Parliament, French Minister Sébastien Lecornu has said that Paris stands firmly with Denmark and Greenland's legitimate authorities in defense of their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Let's listen into what French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu has said.
Chinoise, mais enfin, il est clair que les intentions de l'administration Trump sont sérieuses et qu'elles doivent désormais être prises très au sérieux et que nous ne devons absolument pas sous-estimer la parole du président américain. Pour être très clair, au-delà des mots, cela positionne aussi évidemment la diplomatie française dans une pleine solidarité avec le Danemark et les autorités légitimes du Groenland, car je rappelle, y compris pour celles et ceux qui pourraient être peut-être fascinés par la force ou l'épreuve de force, que la défense de la souveraineté des autres pays conditionne la protection de notre propre souveraineté.
Now we move on. The European Union has also voiced strong support. European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said Greenlanders can count on the EU, stressing that Arctic security is a growing concern not only for NATO, but for Europe as a whole. Let's listen to what the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has shared.
Strong and good and existing relationship between the European Union and the Greenlanders. And for me, it's important that the Greenlanders know, and they know this by the deeds, not only by the words, that we respect the wishes of the Greenlanders and their interests, and that they can count on us.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. John Rosomondo. He's a president of Viking Research Associates and geopolitical analyst, joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosomondo, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, what do President Trump's renewed remarks reveals about the current U.S. strategic thinking towards Greenland?
Well, the United States sees Greenland as vulnerable to Chinese encroachment and Chinese subversion. If you look at China's Polar Silk Road strategy, One entrance goes through the Bering Strait and the other goes through what they used to call during the Cold War the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. And President Trump thinks it's a matter of U.S. national security for the United States to control Greenland, to block the Chinese from being able to exploit that sea route.
Right. Do you think President Trump saw some kind of China or Russia's move in Greenland? That's why he started rushing this.
I think that China has been trying to get in control of the mineral resources in Greenland for years, and President Trump wants to make sure that that does not happen. Plus, also, he wants to have a strategic control of the Arctic in the Bering Strait, where we have Alaska, and then on the other side with Greenland.
And do you think that France and your EU's public backing of Denmark, does it make any difference to U.S.? And how do you think the alignment in Europe is shifting because of President Trump's remarks about Greenland?
Well, I think that the EU has always been reflexive against President Trump and increasingly against the United States. However, we've seen just how lackadaisical the Europeans have been against Russia that led to the invasion of Ukraine. President Trump is worried about the Europeans being lackadaisical toward China as it builds its Polar Silk Road. And potentially, the poles could be a place where China sends its ballistic missile submarines to rain death on America. So President Trump wants to have a strategic hold, and the Europeans won't do anything to stop any aggression.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosamondo, for sharing that insight. Now, moving on to our tech news. Elon Musk has denied allegations that no naked images of underage girls are published by X's Grok AI. He has also claimed that Grok AI does not generate images on its own until user requests it to do so. Meanwhile, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that his government is not going to back down on its attempt to make XAI's Grok service comply with British laws after the chatbot was given the ability to remove clothing from people featured in photos submitted by users. This service was initially available for free on the social networking site X, but since has been placed behind a paywall. Starmer tells the Parliament that he is absolutely determined to take action and says that he has been told that X is acting to ensure full compliance with UK law. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister has shared.
Can I thank her for raising this? The actions of Grok and X are disgusting and they're shameful. And frankly, the decision to then turn this into a premium service is horrific. And we're absolutely determined to take action here. We've made it clear that X has to act, and if not, Ofcom has our full backing and will introduce and are introducing legislation. Mr. Speaker, to update the House, I have been informed this morning that X is acting to ensure full compliance with UK law. If so, that is welcome, but we're not going to back down. They must act. We will take the necessary measures. We will strengthen existing laws and prepare for legislation if it needs to go further. And Ofcom will continue its independent investigation.
Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. John Rosamondo from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosamondo, for staying with us. Now, how do you analyze this situation? Do you think that governments are lacking behind as, technology moves faster?
Well, I think that the one thing that Mr. Musk did that was responsible was making this a premium service. We don't need to have teenage boys or young people creating salacious videos of women they know without their consent. So I think that that's a step forward. I think that technology always goes ahead of bureaucracy, and I think that Mr. Musk is talking about being against censorship. So I think that you have some magazines in the UK that are a lot more salacious than what you would find on X.
Right. And what do you think, what would happen to the reputation of X or Glock or even Elon Musk? Do you think this affects their reputation overall?
I think that this will be just a blip and it will be forgotten once the news cycle leaves. I think that there are a lot more damning issues that need to be addressed than some of the issues on X. I mean, pornography, for example, has been available on Twitter for since it started. So if we want to talk about that, why not talk about the availability of pornography on X's free platform?
With that, I would like to thank Mr. John Rosamando for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Yes, President Donald Trump has said that the United States needs Greenland for national security and to strengthen NATO's effectiveness. Without it, Russia or China could gain control, and anything less than US ownership is unacceptable. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed more than 2,000 people. A senior Iranian official has warned that the US against military action, saying Iran would strike American bases if attacked. Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. Bill and Hillary Clinton have said that they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. Yes, President Donald Trump has now stated that a U.S. takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. According to French official statements, France's Interior Ministry has banned 10 British far-right activists from entering or remaining in France after determining their actions could incite violence and seriously disrupt public order. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024 but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Now for this hour, we start with Iran. Iran held a mass funeral in Tehran for individuals who were killed in recent protests. Trucks carrying coffins moved through crowds, many holding photos of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. As local state media reported, the funeral included more than 100 civilians and security personnel. Rights group HRANA says it has verified the deaths of 2,403 people, protesters, and 147 government-affiliated individuals. As protests continue, dozens of Iranians arrived in Turkey through the Kapikoy border, taking their belongings and boarding vehicles to nearby towns. Many refused to speak to media, fearing repercussions. Meanwhile, Tehran has warned neighboring countries hosting U.S. troops that it would retaliate if America intervenes. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Ali Muhammad Abushbak. He's a Middle East researcher, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Mr. Abushbak, for joining us. Good to see you. Now thank you. Now looking at this, as the situation escalates, what are we to believe? Some media portrays it as like so many people in Iran are unhappy and protesting against the regime, and then we see Iranian media, and of course Iranian media says otherwise.
Thank you, Uzma, for having me.
Thank you.
The situation on the ground is really fragile. At the time, Iran is still has some blackout for the internet. I tried to, despite the news they said they are unblocked the internet up to now. I could try to contact a friend from Iran. Till now, there is no internet service. First. Secondary, the protest is still ongoing. According to the Iranian media, the protest is reduced than before, but I guess it's still a protest. The people still, they're talking to the street up to now. And today they are going to a funeral. They consider it as supporting for the protest, for the regime. In fact, what is happening, Iranian regime try to counter the protester, trying to counter the demand of the civilians on the ground who's asking and pursuing for better life. Regime is allow for its supporter to protest, and that's created chaos. And I guess this is a very stupid point, regime following it, because during the Arab uprising we have seen several of regime, they are following the same following the same stage, like asking for their supporter to protest and to show their support to the regime and to the government, but ultimately they fail, and ultimately the regime collapse. And in my opinion, Iran is doing a very wrong method and a very wrong way to addressing the protest, and to ask, to listen and reforming the policy on the internal policy. These things will escalate the violence, in my opinion, between the opposition and between the support of from the regime. And Iran really now in very deep crisis. All the Western country, they are yesterday they called for the Iranian ambassador, and they are showing them their rejection for using for forcing and suppressing the protester on the ground, which make it more difficult for Iran to handle the situation. And if you remember, Osama in 1979, during the Islamic Revolution, it was in January when the Ayatollah Khamenei he became a supreme leader for Iran after the flee of Shah Iran. So is the time return again? I guess Iran now, the Iranian regime couldn't, and all the situation, it's out of its control, because all the international community lambasting the Iranians' behavior, all the international community support the protester and the demand of a protest and prohibited for using a force and using a military solution to solve the internal issue. That's make it Iran more situation in Iran difficult. About also about the populist speech of Donald Trump and some Western country to wage a war against Iran. This is one of a very far option, I guess, now, because we have seen Donald Trump yesterday sending a message for the people, for a civilian,
right,
for ordinary civilians to continue the protest, and the aid, it will come for them very soon. And when they ask him what is the aid, he said, you will reveal it very soon.
Right.
So in my opinion, Donald Trump, he become the conclusion, the military solution, it will not make any, make any solution. It will not make any difference on the ground. It will not make any sense for the civilians. Maybe that the people will gather and will support the government again, and that will be as a helping for the government. It will not remove or collapse the government or the regime, because Donald Trump is not giving any attention about the government instead of the whole regime.
Yes.
So, in my opinion,
Mr. Bushback, yes, Mr. Bushback, what do you think? Now that Iran has asked Turkey to make sure that there's no escalation further from the U.S. or any Western countries, what do you think Turkey's role is here?
I guess Oman is the mediating between America and Iran.
Okay.
During the 5+1 negotiation, it was in Oman, and historically the relationship between Oman and Iran as well as America, it's very friendly and very close, and considered one of the stable relationship. Today, I guess Iran, it's after there is some meeting, it happened in Oman, and the news fled about the ambassador of Iran in Oman. He talked to the authoritarian people in Oman to reach to some solution, but after Oman couldn't do anything, so I guess he turned to Turkey to find, because especially Donald Trump, he's continuously praising Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey. So, and he said consider him as one of the close friend for him. So I guess Iran is trying to go to the method of diplomatic more than any option to handle the international situation and relationship. And now it's Iran isolated from all the international community. Arab country relationship with Iran it's very it has a tension in Saudi Arabia and Emirat and etc. The whole region, it's not a stable relationship except Oman.
Yes, right.
And Houthi Yemen. So going through Turkey, and I guess now Turkey will play a good mediator between Iran and America, in my opinion, if they are going to mediate the situation and handle it. And there is a several of news also, Osuma, that Iran is ready to negotiate about its nuclear program. So all that change in the Iranian policy maybe will make a difference on the ground, but that will not make an Iranian regime acceptable in international community. Iran, it will be isolated, and there is a new things. Rida Shah Pahlavi, he's in the frame as well as in the loop. Maybe they are. The alternative of the Iranian regime is ready, but that doesn't mean he will be success.
Yes. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Bushback, and joining us and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move the focus on to our next news. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has sharply criticized the United States over its intervention in Venezuela, saying it undermines international law and contributes to a fragmentation of global leadership. Speaking in Moscow after talks with his Namibian counterpart, Lavrov has said that Washington and its allies were engaging in what he called a blatant violation of international rules. Let's listen in.
И другие союзники Вашингтона так стыдливо пытаются избежать принципиальных оценок, хотя всем понятно, что речь идет о грубейшем нарушении международного права. И в целом это говорит о и другие действия, которые мы наблюдаем на международной арене, свидетельствуют о даже не попытке, а о линии наших американских коллег на разлом всей той системы, которая создавалась долгие годы при их непосредственном участии, не только имея в виду структуры Организации Объединенных Наций, но и принципы модели глобализации, которую именно Соединенные Штаты внедряли, апеллируя к таким лозунгам, как свобода рыночных сил, честная конкуренция, неприкосновенность собственности, многое-многое другое, что теперь уже, как говорится, пошло, по сути дела, коту под хвост. И вместо глобализации мы наблюдаем фрагментацию мирового хозяйства. С Венесуэлой нас связывает долгая история добрых стратегических отношений. Мы привержены тем договоренностям, которые были достигнуты, и, конечно, с большим интересом, озабоченностью и симпатией наблюдаем за тем, как венесуэльское руководство отстаивает свои права, свою независимость, при этом проявляя гибкость и выражая готовность к диалогу с Соединенными Штатами.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Andrew Lucidi. He's a war reporter, joins us live from Caracas, Venezuela. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucidi, for joining us. How is the situation in Venezuela now? Do the supporters of the regime think Russia is Maduro's friend or any country who can enforce international law?
Well, now the situation in Venezuela is really calm. All it's working. The old service in the capital are working, and the situation is very calm. There are no chaos, no disorder, no riots against the government, against the power, and there are in opposite a lot of events and initiatives in support of Nicolas Maduro that asking his return in the country. The PSUV, the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, is very active in this way. And at the same time, a lot of local committee, political committee are asking the support of international organizations for denouncing the violation of international rights against this attack, in this American attack in Venezuela. There are a few foreign journalists here because I saw a lot of anti-Venezuelan propaganda in the Western media that are saying that here there is hunting against the journalists from the power structures. But as a foreign journalist in Caracas now, I don't experiment such a situation. And also the situation is also very safe, in my opinion. I was able to work in Caracas in any way without any problem with the local police or local authorities. This is very important also because I'm thinking that now the authorities want to denounce such situations, so the violation of the international law. And about relationship with Russia and China, for the Venezuelan authorities, for the activists that are politically involved in the political activity, Russia and China are continuing to supporting Venezuela. Of course, due to the geographical position of the country for China and Russia was almost impossible to support more Venezuela with military equipment or with concrete military help.
Yes.
But the political supporting is continuing right now.
I'm glad, Mr. Lucidi, you're staying safe over there. And like you mentioned, the situation is calm, no riots even against the government. Are the people ready for this government by Rodriguez, or is there still appetite for the Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado?
Well, Maria Corina Machado here, it seems that don't have the real support of the opposition. We need to remember that at the last elections, at the last presidential election in Venezuela in July 2024, more than 5 million of Venezuelan citizens voted against Nicolas Maduro, also if Maduro win the elections. But in this moment, also the opposition was not ready to come in the street and make riots or disorder like in July 2024. This means that also I have done a lot of interview in the streets, and also people that are hoping for a regime change. We can say also for them. What's happened with the American attack, it's not acceptable. And of course, Maria Corina Machado, a person that was praying Trump for attacking Venezuela, now it's not, I think it's not popular also among the opposition.
That's so interesting.
Because,
yes,
because
is very
of course, such attack, it's not an attack
Yes.
only against Nicolas Maduro, but against the sovereignty of the country.
100%,
And the opposition is reading also, some part of the opposition is reading this as today was an attack against Nicolas Maduro, but tomorrow is we accept such attack against our sovereignty. Such situation can be repeated against the new leader of Venezuela if they are not comfortable with U.S. policy.
Yes, 100%. Very insightful. Thank you very much, Mr. Lisidi, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Russia and Ukraine, Russia has accused Ukraine of attacking a Greek-owned oil tanker in the Black Sea. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the tanker named Matilda and sailing under the Malta flag was struck by 2 Ukrainian drones about 100 kilometers off of the city of Anapa in Russia's Krasnodar region. The attack comes a day after Athens condemned incidents involving 2 Greek tankers, Matilda and Delta Harmony, but did not blame any country. Russia claims the drone strike targeted the Matilda specifically, and details on damage or casualties have not been confirmed. This incident raises tension in the Black Sea, a region already under heightened alert due to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Andriy Lisidi. He's a war reporter, joins us live from Venezuela. Thank you very much, Mr. Lisidi, for staying with us. Now, thank you. Now looking at this, as Russia and Ukraine's fighting continues, now do you think that this is spilling over into Black Sea, and if this is further, continues like this from both sides, attacks on ships in Black Sea, which countries will be the first to be involved then? Is this inevitable?
Well, now we are seeing an escalation in the sector of tanker because this attack in the Black Sea, it's only the last, but in the last weeks we saw a lot of hostile actions against tanker like the tanker Marinera, the ex-Bella 1, that was a Russian tanker, was seized by the United States in the Atlantic Ocean. And of course, for Ukraine, now it's important to hit such ships, especially the tanker that are accused to be part of the so-called Russian Black Shadow Fleet, the Russian Shadow Fleet. And in the fact, we are in front of attacks against civilian ships, because tankers are civilian ships and often are also not Russian tankers with other flags like Venezuelan flags or Caribbean flags, Aruba, for example, and other Panama and other countries like this. But for Ukraine, of course, it's an easy target, and it's important also for their internal propaganda. I saw in the last days also an escalation on the amount of drone attacks against the Russian cities in the south of Russia, like Voronezh, like Krasnodar, like Rostov. In this region, in the last days, the amount of drone attacks was increased very high. And also some civilians buildings were hit by these attacks. For the Ukrainian side, the drones at the moment remain the best option for long-range attacks in the deep Russian territories. But of course, the Russian air defense system is working. But the drones are specially designed for do such attack deep in the Russian territory, and are made by light material like plastic, polymers, etc., that not always were hit or revealed by radar and air defense system.
Mr. Lucidi, unfortunately, we are running out of time for this discussion, but thank you very much for sharing that insight with us on NewsX World from Venezuela. Now we move the focus on to Greenland. US President Donald Trump has again repeated his claim that he wants to gain control of Greenland, as he argues that the island is key for US military strategy and claims Denmark has not done enough to protect it. The European Commission's President Ursula von der Leyen has said that there is a strong relationship between the EU and Greenland and that Greenlanders could rely on the EU's support. She also has emphasized that the security of the Arctic region is a key topic for the EU. According to her, the European Union will support Greenland and Denmark when needed and will not accept violations of international law, no matter where they occur. French President Emmanuel Macron has warned that if the United States seized Greenland from Denmark, it would trigger a wave of unprecedented consequences. According to Macron, if the sovereignty of a European country and ally was affected, the knock-on effects would be unprecedented. Earlier, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen reiterated support for Greenland and said that there is a strong relationship between the EU and Greenland and that Greenlanders could rely on the EU's support. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General A.K. Sivachi. He's a geostrategic expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, as tensions escalate over Greenland and U.S. President keeps eyeing Greenland, how do you analyze the situation and support by EU? Do you think they are capable of countering the President Trump's wanting to gain control of Greenland? How do you analyze their capacity and also their strategy, if they have any?
Yeah, very correct. See, as far as Greenland is concerned, it's strategically located, basically North America and Europe, and between the Atlantic, North Atlantic Ocean and the Arctic Ocean. So its location is strategically very important. What happened is that once the temperature has risen now, earlier this Arctic land used to be totally covered with snow, the ships couldn't move. Now with the melting of snow, the new sea lanes have come, and it's a shortest route coming basically from Europe to the North America. Now the point is that Greenland is autonomous region of Denmark, but it is very rich in resources. There are oil, gas. There is also, there are also chances that it may have critical minerals. So the point is, US think that if they can have Greenland, it will be better for US for three reasons. One is that it will able to monitor the Chinese and the Russians missiles in that area. It is basically a defensive measure. Second thing is able to control the resources which are there in Greenland. It is partially proprietary, only about 56,000, a very vast land. Third thing is that it also covered that the GOEC gap, that is Greenland, Iceland and UK gap, and also that the airspace base which is there of the US, it will able to guard. So the point is, no denying the fact Greenland is strategically very important to US, and US feel in case the US is not taking over Greenland, then Russia and China may take over, because today Russia and China are having more influence there. Their ships are all over Greenland. Now, can Greenland be taken forcibly, the way Donald Trump is telling? See, the options are three. One is that you buy Greenland because it is basically a Danish autonomic island. It can be bought. Second thing is that if it is not able to be bought, then you can take it with force. That is by militarily the US takes over that. The chances of US taking military are very less. The reason is simple, that Article 5 will be invoked of NATO. It will be a NATO country versus NATO country, and this will be end of NATO. The other NATO partners also will not allow.
Welcome to the newsroom. I'm Asuma Katauka, and today we are starting from 4 top newses. Let's take a look at Iran first. So for today in Iran, at least 2,400 people have been arrested, killed so far, according to reports from HRANA, as we cannot independently verify such situation in Iran, as Iran does not have any internet connection as well. Now, as this Iran's protests continue into 2 weeks of nationwide unrest, which has threatened the rule of the Islamic regime, as thousands more are said to have been arrested. US President Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened military intervention if security forces kill peaceful protesters. He has also now vowed to take very strong actions if any of the detained protesters are executed. But today we saw one individual in particular, Soleimani, who was on the headlines as his execution has been allegedly planned, but we do not know if his execution has been executed or not. Now, going back to 28th of December, Iranian shopkeepers took to the streets of Tehran to express their anger at another sharp fall in the value of their currency, the Iranian currency called the rial, against the US dollar on the open market. Now, it started from last year on 28th of December. As now we enter the second week, the rial has sunk to a record low over the past year, and inflation has soared to 40%, which has resulted in crippling price rises for everyday items like cooking oil and meat. Also, one thing to notice is that sanctions over Iran has been crippling year after year, and now we are seeing this situation unfold in Iran, as sanctions over Iran's nuclear program last year have squeezed the economy, which was already in a fragile state, which has weakened the government, its mismanagement and corruption. University students then joined the protests, and demonstrations began spreading to other cities. There were wider calls for political change, with crowds frequently heard chanting slogans against the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in their language. And now moving the focus onto outside, we know that there has been support by Raza Pahlavi. He is the exiled son of Iran's late former Shah, who was in charge of Iran for over 4 decades ago. He is currently in the spotlight, as well as he has become more and more vocal towards his country and against the current regime in Iran. And now, according to US-based Iranian human rights activist news agency, HRANA, protests have been confirmed in 187 cities and towns across Iran, and Iran has 31 provinces, and now it has spread to 187 cities across them. They have also provided an estimate for the total number of people believed to have taken part, although it has said that more than 18,000 protesters have been arrested so far. However, no internet blackout and also no particular respondents are allowed to get in and report from there, so we cannot independently verify these figures. Now, the authorities of Iranian regime have cracked down violently, especially in the past week. A range of weapons, including water cannon, rubber bullets, and live ammunition have all been reportedly used against protesters. As medics said, hospitals were overwhelmed with dead and injured. Now we have a reporter joining us. Her name is Meher Kurana. She's joining us from our newsroom. Meher, what more can you tell us about this unfolding situation in Iran?
Well, yes, Asma, you've mostly covered all of the aspects that are taking place in this situation. Now, the protests on the streets of Iran have intensified day by day, and we have been tracking the developments very closely. Now, a rights group, HRANA, has confirmed that about 2,403 individuals have been killed in the protests so far, and out of which 147 are government-related affiliated officials. Now, even though we cannot officially track the death toll as internet is not accessible to the people in Iran, but we do have reports from these rights groups coming in. Now, the internet blackout in Iran has lasted for about 100 hours as of now, which is a long period of time, but there are still a lot of people that are using the Starlink SATCOM system to use internet. Now, in northern Tehran, the IRCG has reportedly conducted house-to-house raids to seize the satellite dishes and SATCOM Starlink terminals as people try to bypass the blackout to send footage of killings abroad, and the footages that we are witnessing are sent through those mediums. Now, experts say that this is an indirect intervention from the United States. Now, Trump has recently posted on his Truth Social account, he said that Iranian patriots are trying to take over the institutions, and he's also promised that the United States is willing to send help, and help is on its way. Now, in fact, Trump has previously also stated on his Truth Social account that he is ready to support the protesters and he stands with the Iranian protesters. Now, the protests on the ground and the streets have hit 31 provinces and 180 cities as of now, and the slogan is clear and it is singular, and it is asking for a regime change. Now, international protests have also been happening, and out of which one highlight came out from London, where a person climbed up the embassy of Iran and removed the flag of Iran and replaced it with a flag of the pre-Islamic revolution. Now, Raza Pahlavi, as you earlier mentioned, son of the previous crown prince who has been in exile, has also been supporting the protesters, and he's also said that he will be returning to Iran very soon. Now, Tehran has issued a stark warning to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates and Turkey, and has said that if the US uses bases on their soil to attack Iran, those bases will become Iran's targets. Now, Iran is effectively trying to hold US allies hostage to prevent an American strike that the US has warned for. Now, meanwhile, Russia and Iran are moving ahead with their bilateral agreements despite the global pressure that is growing. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that Moscow will continue working with Tehran to implement agreements reached by their presidents. He added that no third party can change the nature of Russian and Iranian relations, which he said will benefit both countries in the future. Now, Iranians are also fleeing to Turkey with nothing but luggage with them. They are fearing that a US strike will lead to a total state collapse or a wider regional war. Now, shops are also closed in the Grand Bazaar of Iran, and the country is effectively at a standstill that is caught between a state terror and a revolutionary fervor. Now, the world is watching, but for those on the streets of Iran, it is a very tense situation, and The protests are growing day by day, and we are tracking this news very closely, and we will bring you all the developments as and when they take place. Over to you, Asma.
Thank you, Meher, for sharing that. And now, viewers, furthermore, we know that U.S. Has allegedly moved some of their personnel from U.S. military bases across Middle East, especially close to Tehran and especially in Qatar's Al Udeid Air Base. And U.S. has said that this is to countermeasure what Iran has earlier said about Tehran has said that in case US strikes Iran, they will be striking back, not directly at US, but to their bases in around Iran, especially in Middle East. And as Iran's leadership battles wide-scale anti-government protests, Tehran is seeking to deter US President Donald Trump's repeated threats to intervene on behalf of the protesters. Some personnel have been advised to leave the U.S. military's Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar by tonight. And they have these media reports have quoted 2 diplomats, but they haven't named them. And Qatar has said that the removal of some personnel from the Al Udeid Air Base comes in response to the current regional tensions. They have not issued further message about this. Qatar's international media office has also said that Doha continues to implement all necessary measures to safeguard the security and safety of its citizens and residents as a top priority, and said that actions are underway for the protection of critical infrastructure and military facilities. There has been no comment from the U.S. Embassy in Doha for now. Al Udeid is the Middle East's largest U.S. military base that houses about 10,000 American U.S. troops. Last year, more than a week before U.S. launched airstrikes on Iran, some personnel and families were moved off of the U.S. bases in the Middle East after the U.S. attacks in June, and Iran then launched a missile attack on the base in Qatar. The U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia also told its personnel to act with caution and avoid military installations. Now, the comments follow U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to intervene militarily in Iran over the bloodshed during nationwide protests. Trump has called on Iranians to take over state institutions, promising that help is on the way. For this, furthermore, we are joined by my colleague and reporter Meher Khurana. Meher, thank you for staying with us. What more can you tell us about the current situation in the Middle East?
Well, yes, Asma, the United States has focused and has shifted to a posture change as it has advised its personnel at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, and they have asked their personnel to leave by tonight sharply. And this mirrors a lead up from the June strikes in 2025 that took place. And the US is clearing the decks for action. It houses now the air base, it houses 10,000 troops from the United States and is the forward headquarters for all military operations from Kazakhstan to Egypt. Now, diplomats are calling this a posture change from the United States that is coming in, and this is a defensive maneuver according to the officials and diplomats, and this maneuver is trying to minimize casualties on the ground when because US is obviously trying to now Qatar's international media office has said that they have confirmed the movements are in response to the regional tensions and have pivoted to protecting their own critical infrastructure. Now, Tehran has officially notified Saudi Arabia, the United States and Turkey that if a single American jet takes off from a base on their soil to Iran, now that base becomes a legitimate target for the Iranian missiles. Now, there has also been a warning from the advisor of Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. He's explicitly referred to the June strikes that took place in 2025 on this particular airbase, he said that we have done it before and we will do it again. Now, Iran's strategy here, they are trying to leverage US allies to act as a brake on US President Donald Trump's military options. They want Doha, Riyadh and Ankara to pressure United States to stand down. Now, India has also issued an advisory to their people. They've issued that issue says that citizens are advised to flee Iran by all available means. Now, the personnel have been advised to leave Al Udeid by tonight, and once the base is cleared for non-essential staff, the tactical window for US strike obviously opens. Now, direct communication between Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the United States Special Envoy has been cut off. And this is very important to note. And as diplomacy is dead because that connection is cut off, the military is now in charge of the timeline. And the situation obviously on the ground remains tense, as we just discussed earlier. Over to you, Asuman.
Thank you very much, Meher, for sharing that. Now we move the focus on to Greenland. Now we know that Greenland is under the heat for some time, including as US eyes this situation over Greenland. US has said that USA can only safeguard Greenland against Russia and China, as Trump is insisting. Meanwhile, Donald Trump keeps posting on social media that about Greenland, ramping up pressure on Denmark and Greenland ahead of the talks, which are supposedly soon. In the latest post, he has told Denmark to counter the alleged Russian and Chinese threat to Greenland, only to conclude that only the USA can do this. Trump has also linked to a news story about a Danish intelligence report published last month, which warned that Russia, China, and the United States have diverging interest in the Arctic, but all three countries seek to play a greater role in the region. The report has warned that intensifying great power competition in the Arctic has brought significant international attention to the region, particularly with growing US interest in Greenland and its implication for US security. The report has also warned that while Russia faces some pressure over its involvement in Ukraine and worsening economic outlook, its core capabilities in the Arctic remain largely intact, and it retains the capability to rapidly deploy fighters and bombers to its Arctic bases, which would make it capable of striking Western targets across much of the Arctic and the North Atlantic at short notice. So it also has warned that while China currently has no military presence in the Arctic, it aims to develop an independent capability to operate both surface ships and submarines in Arctic waters within 5 to 10 years. Now, Denmark has then today confirmed that they have planned for more permanent, larger military presence in Greenland, and it has also assured that US attack remains unlikely. However, Danish Defense Minister is currently briefing the media on the Danish exercise plans in and around Greenland, and he has largely stuck to what was announced in the original press release, but he has confirmed that there are increasing presence, or they will be increasing the presence in and around the Greenland. Now we move on, and we're joined by Meher for this news. Meher, what more can you tell us about Greenland and the US situation?
Well, yes, Asuma. Now, United States President has very firmly and very swiftly moved his focus from Caracas after capturing Nicolas Maduro. He's swiftly shifted his focus to the Arctic region and particularly the country of Greenland. Now, the Denmark officials have activated their military personnel and have said that they are increasing the military footprint in the region of Greenland. Now, apart from that, this is not just a symbolic gesture. It includes troops, it includes aircrafts as well as vessels that they will increase in that region. Now, critically, Denmark is not acting alone. It also has support from its NATO allies. who are watching the situation very closely. And on the US side, US Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Marco Rubio are hosting foreign ministers from Denmark and Greenland today. So all eyes are going to be on the United States, and the meeting is officially about the future of the island as tensions are rising in the region because of pressure from the United States. Now Denmark and Greenland enter the room obviously with seeking reaffirmation of the status quo, while the United States, on the other hand, is pushing for ownership. Now, Trump's latest posts on his Truth Social account has stated that he's now moved beyond the idea of a lease or a purchase of the country, and now he's calling for US ownership over the region. He's calling the US ownership vital and stating that anything less is unacceptable to the United States. He claims without evidence that the area is covered with Russian and Chinese ships, and he's effectively told NATO that if the United States doesn't take Greenland, their enemies will. Now Trump argues that Greenland is a national security priority for the United States, and that is why they are doing all of this. Now Trump has claimed that the island is full of Russian and Chinese ships, and that Denmark and their military capacity is lacking to defend it. Now US House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has also explicitly stated that while their goal is to acquire Greenland, now using military options are always available to the United States. Now for the first time, the White House has not ruled out military annexation, and obviously as we saw in Venezuela, that possibility always is always there. Now Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has also warned that any US move against Greenland would represent an attack by a NATO country on a NATO member. Now why is Greenland so important to the United States? Now it is more than the land, it is about the strategic jewel. Now as the Arctic ice melts, new shipping lanes are open, the lanes that China and Russia want to control. Now it is the country of Greenland is also very rich in rare earth minerals. Now Greenland holds 25 out of the 34 minerals that are classified as critical by the European Union. Now untapped oil is also present, which the administration views as very vital for US energy dominance. Now currently in Greenland there are 56,000 people living, out of which a lot of people want Greenland to be an independent state, and to note that Greenland is currently under the Danish rule. Now key players under this situation: Jeff Landry, the governor of Louisiana, who was appointed as the US Special Envoy to Greenland in December 2025, is leading the acquisition talks. Now Marco Rubio, as the Secretary of State, he is tasked with meeting Danish and Greenlandic officials to clear up the misunderstandings. Apart from that, we've also had comments from US Vice President J.D. Vance last week. He said that Denmark and Europe have not done a good job of securing Greenland, and he's explicitly told European leaders to take the President of United States very seriously, and if they don't do so, then the United States is going to do something about it. Now this shifts the narrative from a request to buy to a demand for security. Now recently today, French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu has elevated the rhetoric. He's told the parliament that Trump's threats must be taken seriously, and France is now positioning itself as a defender of European territorial integrity. Apart from that, British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper is currently in Finland and Norway, and her message is also pretty clear. She said that Britain is stepping up on the Arctic security to counter aggression. Apart from that, a joint statement from Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Poland and Spain. These 6 nations have released a joint statement towards US and have said that Europe is united towards Greenland. And apart from that, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has stated that she did agree with Trump on Venezuela, but she does not agree with him on Greenland. Now, this is how the United States has shifted its focus from the Caracas to to the Arctic country of Greenland, and we are tracking this news as all eyes are on the United States as these talks are supposed to happen today. Over to you, Asma.
Thank you for the insight, Meher Khurana. Now, viewers, we move the focus on to our last but not least news. It's about our planet. Our planet has reportedly been the hottest, third hottest year it was last year, 2025. Apparently, world's meteorologists have announced that yes, last year was a 3-year streak of extraordinary global temperatures, during which surface air temperatures averaged 1.48 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. Current rates of heating could breach the Paris Agreement limit of 1.5 degrees, which is measured over 30 years to iron out natural fluctuations before the end of the decade. According to EU's Copernicus Climate Agency, that is more than 10 years sooner than scientists expected when the world leaders signed the pledge in 2015. This is very alarming indeed, and the director of Copernicus Climate Change Service has said that the choice we now have is how to best manage the inevitable overshoot and its consequences. The 8 data sets published today are based on billions of weather measurements from satellites, ships, aircrafts, weather stations across the world, and they were separately compiled by several organizations that monitor the global climate in Europe, the US, Japan, and China, with minor variations in their results. The WMO's consolidated analysis has also found that 2025 was 1.44 degrees hotter than the pre-industrial period, when the large-scale destruction of nature and burning of coal, oil, and gas began in earnest. Now, 6 data sets ranked 2025 as the third hottest year on record, while the other 2 ranked it as the second hottest. The hottest year on record since the mid-19th century is 2024, which was plagued by heat waves and wildfires. As we also remember, it's still fresh on our memories that last year we saw a lot of heat waves, a lot of wildfires, especially through Europe. The Met Office has said natural variation and reductions in heat masking aerosol pollutants have made the last few years extra hot. Now, unnatural heat is largely the result of a blanket of carbon pollution smothering the earth, worsening most weather extremes and jeopardizing the stable conditions in which humanity has thrived. Well, that's all we have for the Newsroom Live. Thank you for watching and stay tuned on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump has dismissed remarks from Greenland's Prime Minister Jen Fredrik Nielsen after he reiterated Greenland's commitment to Denmark. Asked about the comments from Prime Minister Nielsen, Trump said, "I don't know who he is, but that will be a big problem for him." Bill and Hillary Clinton say they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. The planet logged its third hottest year on record in 2025, extending a run of unprecedented heat, according to US researchers and European Union climate monitors. US President Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed 2,500. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, says help is on the way as US multiple strikes. Iran says US seeking pretext for military intervention. Officials say more than 2,500 killed in unrest. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Rennie Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024, but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take on it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Alright, viewers, according to reports now, Chinese customs authorities told customs agents this week that NVIDIA's H200 artificial intelligence chips are not permitted to enter China. Chinese government officials also summoned domestic technology companies to meetings where they were explicitly instructed not to purchase the chips unless necessary. This comes as the Trump administration gave a formal green light to China-bound sales of NVIDIA's second most powerful AI chips, but with some regulations. According to the regulations, NVIDIA will need to certify there are enough H200s in the US, while Chinese customers must demonstrate sufficient security procedures and cannot use the chips for military purposes. Joining me now in this discussion is Mithali Nikore, who is an economist from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining me in this discussion. How do you assess the situation when China says that these imports are not going to be allowed?
So basically what we're finding is that the Chinese government has informed technology companies in China that there is a specific range of H200 chips which are manufactured by NVIDIA, and it is not permitting the use of these chips in civilian use. If these are required for defense purposes, then the companies can make a case with the Chinese government and inform them that there is absolutely no alternative.
But Trump has said that these chips will only be provided should they not be used by the military in China. That's a very clear specification that Trump has made, that the chips will only go on sale if China can assure that H200 chips will not be used in Chinese military work.
Exactly, which essentially means that these chips cannot be used in China for any purpose, because while the US is blocking their sale, China has also directed companies not to use them for commercial purposes. So essentially, Chinese companies will now be using locally manufactured chips, will be looking at those for the electronics, semiconductor, as well as AI applications.
All right. Where does US stand to gain from this chip export?
So essentially what the US is trying to block over here is what we term in economics as a transfer of technology. The US believes that, restricting the sale of these chips to Chinese companies will essentially stop the Chinese companies from innovating further, especially in the AI war that is sort of on between China, the US, and other countries. And they feel that, because of the computing power of these chips, the superior computing power of these chips, China will not be able to innovate further on its AI technologies. However, China does have its own, AI chip development infrastructure, which is extensive. At this point in time, very little is known about it in, the mainstream US media and the Western media. However, reports are coming in from Tsinghua University, which actually point to the fact that China has made a lot of progress on its own chip manufacturing infrastructure as well.
Does US stand the risk of these chips being cloned by China?
Of course it does. I mean, but at this point in time, I would like to say that Chinese innovation and Chinese ingenuity has actually reached a point where we may not even want to term it as cloning, but rather, rebuilding and innovating on top of the existing technology that's available. So what China has done very well for many decades is, of course, clone many of the products, but they have come up with efficiency in their own processes. And even here, the fact that the sale of these chips will be restricted means that China will actually end up coming up with its own chips, which may in fact even be more efficient and higher productivity.
All right, sure. Mr. Korea, thank you for your assessment of the situation as of now. We are now going to move ahead, viewers. Turkey is in advanced talks to join a mutual defense alliance formed by Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, a move that could reshape regional security dynamics in the Middle East and beyond. The pact signed by Riyadh and Islamabad in September last year treats any attack on one member as an attack on all. This is a structure similar to NATO's collective defense clause, where Turkey is already a key member, with the alliance's second largest military after the US. Sources familiar with the discussion say such a deal is very likely. If completed, the arrangement would link 3 US allied Muslim nations and could place Turkey under Pakistan's nuclear umbrella. Saudi Arabia does not possess nuclear weapons, while Pakistan is the world's only nuclear-armed Muslim country. The original agreement had emerged amid heightened regional tensions following a failed Israeli strike on Hamas leadership in Qatar, which alarmed Gulf states. Now, Turkey's possible entry reflects shared concerns among Ankara and Riyadh over Iran's nuclear ambitions, while Pakistan too has faced rising security pressures along its borders with Afghanistan and nuclear-armed India. All right, we have retired Major General Sudhakarji joining me in this discussion. He's a senior strategic and international affairs expert from New Delhi. Sudhakarji, thank you very much for joining us here at NewsX World. Which among the 3 players is the most to gain from this new pact?
Very intelligent question, Kriti. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to your show. I personally feel that at the moment it's in a formative state. Turkey is yet to gain, yet to join. The talks are on. But the country which is going to benefit, and this is in relation to India's security imperative.
Yeah.
Country which will benefit immensely are the countries without the nuclear weapon. That's Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Okay. Between the two, if I have to weigh the pros and cons, then it is Turkey which will have a substantial advantage and benefit by virtue of following things. First and foremost thing, this trilateral alliance or NATO-like alliance in the Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia's money, Turkey's advanced defense industry, and Pakistan's nuclear and missile power. These make a very deadly, I would say a very heady cocktail. And in that cocktail, Turkey and Saudi Arabia would be riding the back of the nuclear capability and the missile capability that Pakistan has as on today. Importantly, we may not have paid cognizance the ballistic missile capability which Pakistan has with a range of 5,500 kilometers. It can reach up to Mediterranean and beyond that, covers most of Europe. But dangerous thing which is happening is that the ICBM capability which North Korea has, there are reports, there are small dots which are emerging in the open sources that the ICBM wherewithal are under transportation in a very, very clandestine manner to Pakistan. If that happens, well, then things are going to turn into very dangerous and profile, and which will have a significant impact not only on India, but entire region, the Middle East as also South Asia completely. So to answer your question in specific terms, it is Turkey which is going to benefit the maximum, followed by Saudi Arabia, because neither of the countries have got nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapon actually provides nothing. It is not an offensive weapon platform. It is a deterrence.
Yeah.
That deterrence will actually give them an added advantage, which they don't have as of now.
Given that Turkey is also a member of NATO, how do you think it's going to balance its, position in this trilateral pact?
It's all by design. You see, everything which is happening in the world order, otherwise, why should Turkey come all the way from where it is, from Ankara to South Asia to Bangladesh? Today, Bangladesh is infested with Turkey NGOs. They are being supported by Qatar with funds. Now the Saudi Arabia is offering all the money. So basically balancing out, when you talk of, it is a very calibrated move as per my analysis and research, that USA as the dominant power amongst the NATO countries is steering all the move, whether it is Turkey participating in the international stabilization force in Gaza, or participating or supporting Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, or becoming a prospective candidate of a member of the alliance, trilateral alliance amongst Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan, or participating in all activities which are inimical to a national interest of India in Bangladesh. All these are designed and calibrated, and they have got tacit nod of the dominant power, USA. It may not be coming out openly, but my understanding is without such kind of a move, the balance of power, whether it is the region or the subcontinent, that is the South Asia, it willy-nilly has got a direct and indirect bearing and impact in the overall balance of power in the geopolitics of the world order. The balance of power that we are talking of essentially is driven by the geopolitical strategic rivalry, that is, America is trying to push back very discreetly and quietly the Chinese influence and dominance that has taken place in past couple of, let's say, 3 decades or so. One, China having penetrated into the areas which are left vacant consequent to disintegration of USSR, is actually becoming headstrong and very, very resilient to continue to sustain the pushback against America. So 2 superpowers or global powers will continue to keep pushing each other out, but neither of them will succeed, because America is a declining superpower and China is having a cutting-edge advantage in almost all the components of developmental matrix. So besides this, there is a third sphere which is emerging, that is called as the Islamic fundamental or the radical Islamist forces are on the expansion spheres. And there is a gradual legitimization of these Islamist forces, namely Afghanistan, that is Taliban, we have started legitimizing them. Then Syria, we have started legitimizing the non-state actor. Iran, whether you agree or not, in times ahead, after the potential strike that America and Netanyahu have been threatening, after that goes through, my take on the whole issue is that gradually, for the sake of Abraham Accord, America is going to put pressure on Iran and will start legitimizing the Hamas, the Hezbollah, and the Houthis, as also the fourth one, which nobody talks of, is Hadbil Itsaif. All the components. There is and look at the example in Bangladesh, what is happening. The Jamaitis, they have been given an open red carpet treatment. Openly, they are being welcomed to participate in the election. So what is this? What does it mean? The complete world order is actually gravitating towards legitimization of non-state actors. Who is doing it? America is doing it. Why America is doing it? America is doing it because America is looking for a couple of issues. One, components which will give steady inflow of wealth into America. Number 1 is oil. Number 2 is the defense industry market. Number 3 is the pharmaceutical industry. Number 4, You have the drug money. And the fifth one, which is added in the 21st century, the new oil of 21st century, which is the rare earth element. So these are the things America is pushing for. And almost all the Arabic countries, all the Gulf countries, wherever there are triggers or flashpoints emerging, they have huge reserves of oil. For example, Syria. Syria has got a huge reserve of oil, which America is trying to drill and harness and make sure that the steady inflow of wealth takes place from the oil. And talk about Bangladesh, there is a huge deposit of gas between Bangladesh and Tripura. Talk about Myanmar, there is a huge deposit of rare earth element. Talk about Nigeria, oil. Talk about the Sahel region in Central Africa, it is oil, minerals, and critical minerals.
Okay. General Sudhakar, now, as far as this pact is concerned between these three, how do you think countries like Iran, Qatar, Israel should prepare?
Again, the very sharp question that you are asking. Preparation is actually a matter. There is a bigger design, firstly. There is a bigger plan in place, which it is incrementally taking shape gradually towards a futuristic requirement. Futuristic requirement is that as per America and Israel, they are very clear that they will not accept the two-nation theory. Saudi Arabia is dead against this concept. It says if two-nation theory is not accepted, then the peace proposal is defunct. Okay? Iran definitely is demanding for two-nation theory. So there is very little thin line which is getting blurred amongst the expectations and the demands of each of these countries. But at the end of the day, the might is right. Israel will always assert and continue with its doctrine of mow the grass from time to time, weaken all the tentacles, keep hitting the head of the octopus, and dominate the entire Middle East. Incidentally, if I may share, Kriti, the foreign relations of USA, I'm sorry I'm making this statement as a student of geopolitics, the foreign relations of USA, unfortunately, the truth is it has been hijacked. By whom? In Middle East, by Netanyahu. In Central Europe, that is between Russia and Ukraine war, it has been hijacked by the deep state of America. Not now, long, long ago. And to not very far back, you look at 1991, and consequent to that, there was a doctrine which has been hidden as a top secret doctrine of USA, unilateralism. What does it mean? That the NATO will continue to expand till it reaches the shores of Vladivostok. If that be the underlying kind of a hidden agenda, one can well understand and guess, it is anybody's guess, that will this mindless conflict in Russia-Ukraine come to an end? Similar questions come up for Middle East. Will Netanyahu bring this mindless conflict to an end? I don't think so. It will carry on this way because based on this depends the survival and the sustainability of America as a superpower. And it will depend on the all 4 or 5 things that I have listed out, because these are the 5 components as on today, which will continue to provide the steady inflow of wealth into America, thereby revive and rejuvenate a sinking economy of the USA. Back to you, Kriti.
All right. Thank you very much, General Sudhakar, for joining me in this discussion. We'll leave it at that for now. Moving ahead now, viewers. Pakistan has entered into an agreement with a firm linked to World Liberty Financial, the primary crypto venture associated with US President Donald Trump's family, to explore the use of World Liberty's stablecoin for cross-border payments. The deal represents one of the first publicly announced tie-ups between World Liberty, a crypto-based finance platform launched in September 2024, and a sovereign state. It also comes amid a warming of ties between Pakistan and the US. According to reports, under the agreement, WLF will collaborate with Pakistan's central bank to integrate its USD1 stablecoin into a regulated digital payments framework, enabled to function alongside Pakistan's existing digital currency infrastructure. All right, now moving ahead to news from India and US. India and the US have reviewed their bilateral engagement across trade, defense, and energy sectors in a high-level phone call between External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. During the conversation, the two leaders discussed trade negotiations, critical minerals, nuclear cooperation, defense ties, and energy collaboration. The call came a day after the new US ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, assumed charge in New Delhi. Gore has indicated that both sides are discussing the next steps on bilateral engagement and that a possible meeting between senior leaders could take place next month. Earlier, the US envoy also announced that India would be invited to join Pax Silica, which is a US-led strategic initiative focused on securing critical supply chains linked to silicon and advanced manufacturing. I request Mithali Nikore to join me back in the discussion here. She's an economist from New Delhi. All right, thanks, Ms. Nikore, for continuing to stay with us in this discussion. All right. Yeah. How do you see the trade ties between the two nations now proceeding from here, and the questions of tariffs that continue to pose, a challenge, particularly for India?
So I think it's thanks a lot for having me on this story. So I think it's a very, critical time in geopolitics, and every conversation especially a conversation between a country and the US, and any of the ambassadors from the US or any of the representatives from the US is critical and redefines geopolitics in a way that, we didn't see yesterday. So each day is new, and I think this conversation is probably the start of a thawing of relations between India and the US, which is extremely critical at a time like this. I think the US recognizes that India, being one of the fastest growing economies in the world, is going to be one of the largest buyers of, oil, especially Venezuelan oil, and therefore it is in their best interest to continue working with India to build supply chains and to thaw the trade relationship. But at the same time, yesterday itself, the US imposed 25% tariffs on countries that do business with Iran. So therefore, the relationship still needs a lot of work. But I'm really glad that this conversation has happened between Minister Jaishankar and Mr. Marco Rubio.
Okay, how do you see the two nations cooperating on energy? Because of the recent developments that we've seen in Venezuela, because of past precedents that have been set, India has continued to maintain that it will be importing from Russia as long as it provides cheaper oil and gas, which it does. Now, with Trump having access to Venezuelan oil, of course, he has excess of oil, including from countries like Canada, and US itself has exports in surplus. How do you think that conversation now could be different?
So actually, with the work that the US government has done in Venezuela, with the fact that they are now looking at investing, and the US oil companies are looking at investing a huge fixed capital investment and setting up these facilities in Venezuela for actually refining the oil there. This is a long-term game from the US. This is a long-term move from the US, because in order to actually extract usable oil assets from Venezuela, it can take up to 5 to 7 years of investment from the US side. In such a scenario, it has to be, such that those purchases will happen. There will be revenue coming on the other side. If you're making investments of billions of dollars, you need to know that someone will actually purchase that oil. And India is one of the countries, being one of the largest buyers of oil, in the oil market. It places India in a very, good position to negotiate trade agreements, to negotiate any sort of deals with the US by guaranteeing that it will purchase oil from Venezuela, of course, as long as that meets our price requirements.
Okay, then. Thanks very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining me in this discussion and helping us with your opinions. Viewers, we now move on. Now, Thailand's police have reported that emergency services in northeastern Thailand have rushed to the scene after a train derailment caused by a construction crane falling onto 3 carriages, killing at least 25 people and injuring 80 people was reported. The police stated that the accident took place on morning in the Sikhiho district of Nakhao, Ratchasima province, 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok on a train bound for Ubon, Ratchathani province. The transport minister has said that there were about 195 passengers on board and that he had ordered a thorough investigation to be carried out. He added that the crane was working on a high-speed rail project when it collapsed and hit the passing train, causing it to derail and briefly catch fire. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump has dismissed remarks from Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederiksen Nielsen after he reiterated Greenland's commitment to Denmark. Asked about the comments from Prime Minister Nielsen, Trump said, "I don't know who he is, but that will be a big problem for him." Bill and Hillary Clinton say they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. Planet logs its third hottest year on 2025, extending a run of unprecedented heat, according to US researchers and European Union climate monitors. US President Donald Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed 2,500. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, says help is on the way as US mounts strikes. Iran says US seeking pretext for military intervention. Officials say over 2,500 killed in unrest. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Rennie Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024, but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. All right, we now start with news from the United States, where President Donald Trump has said that the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will be gone soon. Trump also stated that Powell was either incompetent or crooked. Trump has also said that JP Morgan Chase chief executive Jamie Dimon was wrong to criticize his attacks on the Federal Reserve, dismissing concerns about undermining the central bank's independence. Trump has clashed repeatedly with Powell over the president's demand the Fed cuts rates. The administration's decision to open a criminal investigation into Powell has drawn condemnation from former Fed chiefs and a chorus of criticism from key members of Trump's Republican Party. Let's in fact listen into what Trump said.
We're talking about the head of the Fed, and I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon.
Yeah, I think it's fine what I'm doing. We have a bad Fed person. He was extended by Biden. And, yeah, I think he's wrong. I think it's wrong. He's done a bad job. We should have lower rates. Jamie Dimon probably wants higher rates. Maybe he makes more money.
Joining me in this discussion is Sharath Kohli, who's a senior economist from New Delhi. Thanks very much, Mr. Kohli, for joining me in this discussion. What do you think it's really about? The overhaul of the Washington headquarters of the Fed building, or is it really about the pressure to lower interest rates that Trump wants?
Hello, Kriti. Hello to the viewers of NewsX World. I think this is about undermining the independence and importance of Fed. In any standard federal structure, the federal bank has an independent role. A government in power should not be interfering in the monetary policy decisions of the country. But what we are witnessing here is that there is a categorical interference. It is all about why didn't Jerome Powell lower the rates? And the reason why he didn't lower the rates at that time was because the inflation was very high. So when the inflation is high, you can't lower the rates at that time. So the rates have gone down, but they have gone down as per the requirements of the economy. But President Trump wanted them to go down sooner because he wanted the economy to be painted in a better picture. I think so. He's not happy with Jerome Powell, and he's called him stupid earlier also, I remember, on an earlier occasion. And now he wants him to go. Well, I think Jerome Powell's decision, in my view, I'm an economist as well. I think his decisions were quite in line with the way the economy was functioning at that point of time, even as of today. But he wants him to get investigated and see as to what is wrong with him. He says he's probably spent something on renovation of the Fed as well. Well, that's up to them to investigate. But there was nothing wrong, I feel, with Jerome Powell's decision. They were done as per the requirements of the economy, Kriti.
And what about the allegations of the $2 billion overhaul of the Fed headquarters?
Well, that is a subject matter of investigation, but I feel President Trump has got some vendetta to settle with Jerome Powell. And Jerome Powell is a very senior, Fed governor. And I really don't think, man with such an experience at that age would have done it. But it's all a matter of investigation. But it's more coming out of vendetta than this thing. It is, although the investigation would prove that. But then I think because he didn't act the way President Trump wanted him to be. But it is not a standard practice, with him, more importantly, for a president to interfere, or head of the state to interfere with the functioning of a monetary policy institution, because it leads to distorted decisions, and monetary policy institutions are separate from the federal structure. That needs to be understood here, Kriti.
All right, sure. How do you weigh on the accusations that Powell has made on Trump? He's saying that it's not really about anything else. but really the interest rates that were not lowered as per Trump's requirements.
No, because see, there is certain degree of personal, vendetta there. They have scores to settle against each other because President Trump, ever since he came to power, was putting pressure on reducing of the interest rates. And Jerome Powell and the Fed governor and the Fed, the FOMC, which takes the decision, the committee, I think they took as per the situation of the economy. So I think it's not about allegations and counter allegations. It is what the economy demanded at that point of time. Well, this is up to Jerome Powell to prove what he's saying is correct, and it is up to President Trump to prove what is correct or not. But principally speaking, decisions are taken on the basis of inflation. The rate of inflation decides how much interest rate should be cut. And I think in US, the inflation is, even as we talk now, the inflation is quite high.
Mr. Kohli, now Trump's threat to fire a Fed chair is unprecedented, of course. Do you think it can backfire?
Yes, it can backfire because each state also has a Fed representative, and he can face opposition from the Republicans as well. He will obviously have opposition from the Democrats, but some of the Republicans may go against this decision because Jerome Powell is a very senior and a very respected banker. So I really don't think this is going to work very well, putting pressure on a monetary policy institution in this manner. Yes, it can backfire, to answer your question precisely, Kriti.
All right, thanks very much then, Mr. Kohli, for joining me in this discussion, but I request you to stay on with me. Moving ahead, viewers, China says that its trade volumes hit a record high in 2025, even as exports to the US fell after higher tariffs were imposed by US President Donald Trump. But Chinese officials say that global demand for their goods have remained resilient. According to them, total trade last year crossed 45 trillion yuan for the first time, marking a new historical high. Vice Customs Minister Wang Jun has shared the figures at a press briefing in Beijing. According to Wang, China sees its economic relationship with the US as fundamentally based on mutual benefit. He has said that stable and predictable ties serve both countries and the global economy. Let's listen in.
指出的是，一些国家将经贸问题政治化，以各种理由限制高技术产品对华出口，否则我们会进口更多。未来，中国开放的大门将越开越大，进口增长的空间广阔，中国大市场始终是世界的大机遇。
统计，2025年，我国对美国进出口4.01万亿元，占我国进出口总值的8.8%。
All right, I request Sharath Kohli to join us back in the discussion here. Sharath Kohli, a clear statement now coming out from China that relations as far as trade is concerned with the US are mutually benefiting both countries. What does that speak about US economy and the superpower status that it held up until now, because China seems to be much ahead?
Well, I think in the month of October, there was a summit between President Xi Jinping and President Trump, where I think mutual interests were discussed when China had blocked the exports of rare earth minerals, because of which the electric vehicles and AI data equipment manufacturing in America was impacted. So there was a quick fix solution worked out for 1 year that China would continue to export rare earth minerals. And in return, America would continue to give chips to China. Yes, it is mutually beneficial because there are certain products which only, for example, NVIDIA in America, China does need them, and a lot of rare earth minerals, there were 17 of them. And now recently, silver as well, that is the 18th rare earth mineral. America needs a lot of them. So yes, it is mutually beneficial. I don't think having a partisan approach, having an approach where you only think of your own country, you don't think of mutual benefits, is going to work. And whichever country tries to do that, I'm sure they're going to suffer internally, because the world is one family. There is like one country who specializes in one product. There's another country specializing in the second product. So they do complement and supplement each other. Yes, I agree with the Chinese statement that it is going to be a mutually beneficial relationship. A one-sided or thinking of your own country only is not going to work here. That's the indication from the statement, Kriti.
Is the messaging clear here that you can go on imposing the tariffs as you wish, but that's not really going to affect us? We are doing good business with other nations and our products are in demand.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that is the hidden message here, that because they have recently been threatened with 500% tariffs on dealing with Iran. With dealing with Russian oil. Another 25% tariffs on dealing with Iran. So I don't think that is going to work out, because America is going to suffer as well. There's a lot of Chinese goods which America needs, and that is what made it mandatory for President Trump to meet in the month of October when he met President Xi Jinping. It was because they were strangulated on terms of rare earth mineral supplies. So I think it is absolutely mandatory for America to make sure that the normal supplies continue. If they keep slapping tariffs after tariffs, I think it's going to be self-destructive, Priti, is what I feel.
What's now then really left for Trump? How can he threaten or deter China as he wishes to?
No, I really don't think he should be making an attempt to deter either China or any country for that matter, because that is not going to work out. It may work out. It may seem like you are the biggest economy in the world, so you can probably do what you want to do. But eventually it's not going to work out, because you're going to feel the pressure within your own country. As I said, in October, when President Trump met President Xi Jinping, there was a severe shortage of rare earth minerals in America. And a lot of manufacturing was getting hindered because of that. So I really don't think that is going to work out. President Trump will have to understand sooner than later that these pressure tactics, these bullying tactics on the countries, threatening the countries with tariffs is not going to work out. And American economy is going to suffer as much, if not more, Priti.
All right, sure. Thanks very much then, Sharat Kohli, for joining me in this discussion. It was good to speak with you. Moving ahead, viewers, let's cover some news now from Uganda, where authorities have cut internet access and limited mobile services across the country just 2 days before the elections, in which President Yoweri Museveni will stand for a 7th contentious term after 4 decades in power. The Uganda Communications Commission had ordered mobile services providers to shut down public internet connections from 1500 GMT in order to curb misinformation, disinformation, electoral fraud and related risks. Meanwhile, the executive director of the Uganda Communications Commission, George William Neobi Thembu, has responded. Let's hear it.
On the recommendation, strong recommendation by the Interagency Security Committee, the Uganda Communications Commission has directed all licensed mobile network operators and internet service providers to implement a temporary suspension of the following services. A, public internet access. B, sale of and registration of new SIM cards. C, outbound data roaming services to one network area country.
All right, I now welcome Eric Shaka, who's a journalist from Kigali, joining us in this discussion. Thank you very much, Eric, for joining us. What's your assessment of the ground realities of this election when communication networks have been cut off? Okay, request you to unmute yourself, please. All right, we're trying to fix that audio connection of Eric's there, but news now from Uganda, where we are learning that internet has been shut down ahead of elections as President Yoweri Museveni is seeking a 7th term after 4 decades in power. Uganda Communications Commission had ordered all mobile service providers to shut down public internet connections. All right, Eric is back with us in the conversation. Eric, please continue.
Thank you, Meta. I was saying that this was really expected for the Ugandan government to shut down the internet because they had before announced that they were not going to shut down the internet. But if you follow the patterns, considering what happened to the 2021 election, where the government shut down internet for 4 days, saying that they were trying to cap down disinformation and misinformation. But majority of the critics say that it's a trick of the government to try to reduce what they call the incite of violence, or incite of people to stand up to what they believe is their rights, to protect the votes that they'll be voting on Thursday. So this came as really expected, and majority of them were trying to find actually ways of how to bypass this internet shutdown.
But internet shutdown is only one thing, right? Groups have also been asked to suspend their works, and there have also been reports of some arrests being made across the country.
Yes, this election has been really contested. It's actually, there are almost about 8 candidates running for the president, but the two main race horses are the incumbent, who is the current president of Uganda, President Yoweri Museveni, and his the opposition, Bobby Wine, who was a musician back in the days. So there have been arrests because Bobby Wine says that his camp has been targeted by the government, where his supporters were arrested, and some were, there were even the use of violence, including tear gas. So for them, they see this shutdown of the internet as one of the other ways of manipulating what they would call fraud in the election. So they're quite vigilant, and they've been calling on citizens to remain at the polls so that nothing wrong happens, according to what everyone is saying.
Eric, what's the public sentiment for the president? Because he's seeking to extend rule after having changed constitution at least twice.
So there's a bit of a clash, generational clash in Uganda at the moment. You have the incumbent president who's been in power for almost 40 years, since 1986. So majority of, and Uganda is has a majority of the young population who are below 35 years of age. So majority of them have never seen any other president other than the current president, Yoweri Museveni. So they've been this clash of generations. So the public sentiment, especially for the young people, have been that enough is enough. You've done already, 40 years is enough to run the country. What you have not done, let someone else do. So there's that clash. But from Museveni's camp, they're saying that they want to protect the gains. They want to protect what they have achieved in these 40 years. But on the other camp, and the young generation say that we don't see anything. They say there's been a lot of underemployment, a lot of economic issues. So the sentiment is quite mixed, but majority of the urban youth say that the government has failed them.
Okay, Eric, thanks very much then for joining me in this discussion with your assessment of the situation. And moving ahead, viewers, French farmers have spent the night in Paris after driving hundreds of tractors into the capital to demand action from the government. The protests continued even after Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu promised an emergency agricultural bill aimed at addressing farmers' concerns, including water access, production costs, and predation. Farmers said the measures did not go far enough, as many reported years of losses and growing pressure from environmental rules and disease outbreaks in cattle. Anger is also focused on the pending European Union Mercosur trade deal, which farmers fear will flood Europe with cheap South American beef. Despite a recent €300 million aid package, unions said urgent action was still needed. Police counted hundreds of protesters near Parliament, and farmers said they would keep up pressure until their demands were met.
Qu'est-ce que vous attendez là? On espère des résultats, on espère des avancées concrètes sur ce qu'on demande. Et le fait qu'on reste ce soir dormir à Paris, c'est le résultat de de non-résultat qu'on attendait aujourd'hui.
Je viens de le dire, l'élément clé, c'est de permettre aux agriculteurs de comprendre quel est ce qu'on attend d'eux en fait, quel est le cap que fixe le gouvernement pour l'agriculture. Donc il y a bien évidemment des sujets de contraintes, mais ça on a avancé sur un certain nombre de sujets. Ces sujets, encore une fois, ne sont pas complètement compris de la part des agriculteurs, puisque c'est des sujets parfois très techniques, et donc on remonte au créneau par rapport à un sujet de trésorerie.
Conservative US Supreme Court justices appear to uphold state laws banning transgender athletes from female sports teams amid escalating efforts nationwide to restrict the right of transgender people. The justices heard more than 3 hours of arguments in appeals by Idaho and West Virginia of decisions by lower courts siding with transgender students who challenged the bans in the 2 states as violating the US Constitution and a federal anti-discrimination law. 25 other states have similar laws on the books. The Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, backed other restrictions on transgender people in rulings issued last year. Republican President Donald Trump's administration defended the laws during the arguments. Conservative justices raised concerns about imposing a uniform rule on the entire country amid sharp disagreement and uncertainty over whether medications like puberty blockers or gender-affirming hormones eliminate male physiological advantages in sports. Questions by the liberal justices mostly signaled sympathy for the transgender challengers. Let's in fact listen in to some transgender athletes who have rallied against the ban.
It is exhausting to fight for your rights every day, to wake up in a country that I can represent at the highest level of my sport in international competition, but I am not safe here in the country that I represent. It is incredibly difficult to continue with these attacks, these persistent attacks on my community every single day. But at the same time, I know that this is what I was built for. This is the moment that I was made for.
Yeah, so at 19, it can be a little scary sometimes. I have a lot of hope right now. I think I have more hope, I have more joy than a lot of my peers, but I think that's because I have the community I do. It's because I have communities like the people outside the courthouse right now, but also people in my college town, at my hometown. I wish for and hope for a world where I don't have to be seen as brave for being myself, where I can just be trans and I don't have to advocate for myself, and that I can just be myself in every aspect of my being, that me playing sports isn't a controversial.
And we now have some breaking news coming in from Iran, where according to senior Iranian official, Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. The official has also warned that Iran would strike US bases in the region if it is attacked by Washington. This comes as mass demonstrations continue across Iran, with the US-based human rights activist news agency reporting that 1,847 protesters have been killed so far. Just yesterday, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social urging Iranians to continue protesting and take control of state institutions. Trump also announced that he has cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials and will not engage with Tehran until it ends what he described as the senseless killings of protesters. Alright viewers, we now move on. Now, Turkey is in advanced talks to join a mutual defense alliance formed by Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, a move that could reshape regional security dynamics in the Middle East and beyond. The pact, which was signed by Riyadh and Islamabad in September last year, treats any attack on one member as an attack on all. This is a structure similar to NATO's collective defense clause, where Turkey is already a key member with the alliance's second largest military after the US. Sources familiar with the discussion say such a deal is very likely. If completed, the arrangement would link 3 US allied Muslim nations and could take place Turkey under Pakistan's nuclear umbrella. Saudi Arabia does not possess nuclear weapons, while Pakistan is the world's only nuclear-armed Muslim country. The original agreement had emerged amid heightened regional tensions following a failed Israeli strikes on Hamas leadership in Qatar, which armed Gulf states. Now, Turkey's possible entry reflects shared concerns among Ankara and Riyadh over Iran's nuclear ambitions, while Pakistan too has faced rising security pressures along its borders with Afghanistan and nuclear-armed India. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump has dismissed remarks from Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen after he reiterated Greenland's commitment to Denmark. Asked about the comments from Prime Minister Nielsen, Trump said, "I don't know who he is, but that will be a big problem for him." Bill and Hillary Clinton say they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. The planet logged its third hottest year on record in 2025, extending a run of unprecedented heat, according to US researchers and European Union climate monitors. US President Donald Trump has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protesters in Iran has crossed 2,500. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, says help is on the way as US missile strikes. Iran says US seeking pretext for military intervention. Iran officials say over 2,500 killed in unrest. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Rennie Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024 but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it on par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Alright viewers, let's start with news now from Iran, where according to reports, the nationwide shutdown of the internet by the authorities there, which activists fear is aimed at masking the true scale of a crackdown on protests, has now lasted over 132 hours. Meanwhile, Iran's judiciary chief has vowed fast-track trials for suspects arrested over a wave of protests, which the authorities have dismissed as riots. Listen in.
بعد کوکتلا رو کی ساخت؟ من که خبر ندارم. پس اینا رو کی آورده تو کارخونه؟ چا؟ اینا پس کی آورده اونجا؟ نمیدونم. که یک این
Meanwhile, according to a senior Iranian official, Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. The official has also warned that Iran would strike US bases in the region if it is attacked by Washington. Saul Satka, who's a political commentator from Tel Aviv, now joins me in this discussion. Saul, thank you very much for making yourself available for this conversation. Now, it's crucial how Iran and its supreme leader has gone on with executions of demonstrators, protesters who are not even leaders but mere participants, expedited their trials, given them really no time to appeal. And a man as young as 26-year-old is going to be executed today. Do you think these kind of executions and broadcast confessions is going to quell the protests, or it's going to fuel the fire?
If the Iranian regime executes over 1,000 people a year for various trivial crimes or thought crimes or free speech violations. So this is nothing new. Their justice system is absolutely corrupt and absolutely brutal. Ditto with its jail system. The regime is clearly in a panic. It doesn't know what to do. It doesn't know how it can at the one time suppress the protests and at the same time not anger the West sufficiently to ensure that they don't actually come in and throw them out, which and they know they can do. So they're really in a pickle.
Of course it is. And do you think the internet blackout is really in place? Because Trump has already asked Musk to help with Starlink, and then people are already uploading visuals and their protests, especially women, on social media.
Yeah, so it's unclear how much of the stuff coming out of Iran is actually contemporary. Certainly videos of piles and piles of dead bodies, but it's much less than was there before. There are some people who are getting things out via certain means, perhaps also by taking actual evidence out of the country. Other people are finding ways to bypass it. There are a few hundred Starlink terminals provided by Elon Musk in Iran at the moment, while the Iranian regime are currently actively trying to jam them, so even they won't work. It's very important for the Iranian regime. Their top priority is to shut down the internet, because the internet does two things. Number one, it allows all the protesters to coordinate with each other. And number two, and much more dangerously for them, it allows them to get out the evidence of their own repression, which will further radicalize the population. So absolutely critical for them is to shut down the internet. At some point, we're going to find out that this kind of evil regime in the world is unsustainable in the information age. And they know that, which is why they've taken their people back 40 years to a period when the internet did not exist. Because under those circumstances, they know how to suppress the people. They don't know how to suppress the people in the information age. So that is a light in this whole debacle, this whole disgraceful situation that's happening in Iran. A brutal, brutal massacre that's continuing under the eyes of the world as the Iranians try to blind everyone. The light at the end of the tunnel is that for them and for all other similar regimes that exist or may exist in the future, the way to get rid of them is now clear. Simply, you have to let freedom ring, you have to give people information, and these regimes become instantly and inevitably unsustainable.
Yeah. Saul, how do you see the latest development that's coming in from Iran, which says that it's going to work with regional leaders like Turkey, and they're going to strike the US bases should US launch strikes?
I can absolutely assure you that neither the Turks or the Qataris or the Saudis or anyone else, all of whom are allies of the United States, are going to be helping Iran to retaliate against the United States. The Iranians in the past, when Soleimani was killed by the Americans, when the Americans bombed their nuclear program one night in June, on every previous occasion, the Iranians have promised major retaliation. And each time, they have sent a symbolic number of missiles at an American base, while telegraphing a warning in advance to make sure that no American people were killed. Because the Iranians are smart enough to know that if they kill any American servicemen, the Americans can retaliate with such overwhelming force and so fast that they won't even know what's coming. So the last thing the Iranians want to do is to get into a shooting war with the United States. They desperately want to try and de-escalate tensions. There are people in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and in Turkey who are quite comfortable with the Iranian people, their 92 million population living under oppression, because they would rather not have that kind of geopolitical competitor. The Turks and the Saudis would very much like not to have a powerful, strong, free Iran, because, among other things, that will be an appeal to their own population to want the same kind of things, which they do not have. But at the same time, the Qataris' entire existence, the Qataris, if you will recall, only have a population of 300 people. The Qataris are some of the most incompetent people in the world, but what they do have is vast supplies of gas, and also 2.5 million indentured servants, mostly from India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. What they need a geopolitical role. And for them to have a geopolitical role, they need to play a game. They need to play the good cop, bad cop game between the West and the Iranians, and all the Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. As the Iranian proxies have been dismantled, all that's left is Iran. And if the Iranian regime is dismantled too, which looks increasingly likely, then where is Qatar? They're trying to play a good cop, bad cop game, but they don't have a bad cop anymore. And suddenly they're irrelevant and not much use to anyone. And the great fear for the Qataris is that the Americans will no longer feel a need to maintain a presence in the Middle East to the same degree, and could easily roll back their American base on Qatari soil, which is the only thing protecting Qatar from their Saudi tribal rivals to the south.
All right, sure. Saul, do continue to stay on with me, please, as we proceed. Because let's also tell you that the Israeli military is now saying that all 6 gunmen involved in a firefight in western Rafah on Tuesday were killed during the exchange of fire. According to the IDF, troops from the 7th Armored Brigade identified 6 armed individuals approaching their positions on the Israeli-controlled side of the Yellow Line in southern Gaza. After the suspects were spotted, Israeli tanks moved in and opened fire. The gunmen responded, triggering a sustained firefight that also involved Israeli air support. The military says searches conducted after the clash confirmed all 6 suspects were killed and weapons were recovered from their bodies. The IDF says the incident took place in an area under Israeli operational control and describes the encounter as a serious violation of the October ceasefire agreement. The military added it will continue to act against any attempts by armed groups in Gaza to attack Israeli forces or civilians. Saul, I request you to join me back in the discussion here. Of course, once again, we see the ceasefire being violated. This is coming right after Netanyahu and Donald Trump had met over the Gaza ceasefire. What does this really say about the course that can take on?
It was quite clear from Trump's meeting with Netanyahu that they are on the same page, that Hamas only ever met most of the requirements for the first stage of the ceasefire, which was to release the hostages. They released all of them except for one. The body of Rangvili remains in captivity.
Yeah.
But they have begun to disarm themselves and to close themselves down as a military organization. On the contrary, they are desperately trying to rearm and train new fighters, as we've seen. They maintain daily operations against the IDF, which almost universally fail and end in the killing of all their men. So the prospect of the ceasefire moving to stage 2 is absolutely minimal. There's no way that Hamas, a genocidal jihadi organization that is bent on murder in the name of God, is going to willingly hand over their weapons to the infidel. There are enough people within Hamas who are not at all pragmatic and absolutely do prefer to die in battle than surrender. as a result, there's absolutely no prospect in the foreseeable future that Hamas will be disarmed. There's only one way to disarm Hamas, and that is kinetically. People need to go in and fight them. They need to continue fighting house to house, building to building, until there are no more left, or until there are no people with guns anymore. The prospect of happening is very low, because Israel is currently quite satisfied with having Hamas still controlling 40% of Gaza, including the entire population, across a demarcated line, because Israel's only concerned that Hamas can't attack their population. And it probably isn't worth their while to go in there and root them out at the cost of some lives, perhaps hundreds of Israeli soldiers. So the status quo is fine for Israel in large part. And at the same time, if Israel isn't sufficiently motivated to get rid of Hamas, I can assure you there's no one else in the world, not the Turks, not the Saudis, nobody, not the Pakistanis who have been talking about going in as a peacekeeping force, nobody is going to bleed to fight Hamas if Israel won't. So the ceasefire essentially achieved what it needed to for Israel. It's frozen the conflict. Israel's got its hostages back. And it has achieved nothing for Hamas, who have no prospect of ever breaking out from behind the barricades that Israel has set up for them.
What about countries like Qatar that unconspicuously back groups like Hamas? What kind of action should be, mulled, and why has that action not come as of now?
Right, so this is the question. So it was Qatar, chief among the guarantors of the deal with Hamas, who promised President Trump that they would ensure that Hamas actually stuck to the deal. And while the first phase, the release of the hostages, went more or less to plan, there was always no prospect of the second phase coming to pass. And I think everyone now recognizes this and is just happy the hostages are out. Qatar essentially made promises that they could not keep. And my guess is they will pay a diplomatic price for that with the system.
Okay, Saul, thanks very much then for joining me in this discussion. And with that, viewers, we are going to proceed. Palestinians in Gaza are restoring to mud and rubble to rebuild homes that were destroyed in months of conflict, as lack of access to construction material leaves families with few options. Men in Khan Yunus are mixing mud and water and stack stones salvaged from bombed out houses to rebuild parts of their homes. Some Palestinians have responded. Let's listen in what they had to say.
الناس طينة للناس ببنوها بنا دورهم اللي انهدت بودي لهم طينة عشان يبنوها زي ما انت شايف. وعد أول مرة نشتغل شغلانة هذه بس في الحرب اشتغلناها. وحد سعرها يعني 50 شيكل زي ما انت شايف. بنتعب في طينة مش رمل.
يخلي الناس تلجأ بالطينة لأن لا يوجد كرفانات في قطاع غزة، لأن إسرائيل منعت دخول الكرفانات والزينجو وما شابه ذلك والخشب والرأس محمد. والناس لجأت تلم الأحجار من بيوتها المدمرة وتجيب طينة وتبني فيه عشان هذاك علشان انه تحمي نفسها من البرد ومن الصيف.
كنا طبعا قاعدين في خيام وانا الى خاطب تقريبا سنه وشهر، فالى فتره بحاول ان انا اجمع حق خيمه، ما تمكنتش ان انا اشتري خيمه بسبب غلاء الخيام، وصل اسعارها يعني فوق ال 2000 و 2500 شيكل. فقلت انا اجي اصلح بيتنا واقعد فيه بالطينه. جمعت احجار من حوالينا، من الردم، من الدور المقصوفه، جمعت احجار مكسوره، جمعت طينه شويه شويه، بديت اضبط في البيت.
Alright, and moving ahead, 2 people have died and several were wounded in Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian border regions. In Rostov-on-Don, a drone strike caused a fire in a residential building, leaving 1 man dead among the charged remains. 4 others, including a 4-year-old child, were injured in separate strikes throughout the region, which also sparked fires in industrial areas. Moreover, in Belgorod, another border region, a woman was killed and a man wounded when a drone struck their vehicle. Sources say that this area has seen frequent retaliatory drone attacks and has also recently experienced a massive power outage. This comes as Ukrainian forces said that Russia launched overnight attacks on Ukraine with 113 drones and 3 ballistic missiles fired. And we now move to news from South Asia, where Pakistan has entered an agreement with a firm linked to World Liberty Financial, the primary crypto venture associated with US President Donald Trump's family, to explore the use of World Liberty's stablecoin for cross-border payments. The deal represents one of the first publicly announced tie-ups between World Liberty, a crypto-based finance platform launched in September 2024, and a sovereign state. It also comes amid a warming of ties between President of the US and Pakistan. According to reports, under the agreement, WLF will collaborate with Pakistan's central bank to integrate its USD1 stablecoin into a regulated digital payments framework, enabled to function alongside Pakistan's existing digital currency infrastructure. Fakhar Yusufzai, who is a Pakistani journalist, now joins me in this discussion from Islamabad. Thank you, Fakhar, for joining me here. Fakhar, how is this tie-up going to be impacted once Trump demits office?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Actually, from last June 2025, when the Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir met to the President of America, after that the situation is going, I will say that, going to change. Lots of things are going on, but I think so. The main point is, as a Pakistani journalist, I will raise the benefit of the Pakistani nation, or for the national interest of Pakistan. What is going on for the national interest of Pakistan? This is very important. Actually, nowadays we have seen Mr. Trump. He is imposing all the things on those countries which we say that this is the friend of US, or this is the friend of some other countries. I think so. Crypto is a digital payment system, or the digital currency, very important. But as well as I have seen the report issued by Reuters and Pakistani media also covering this important development. Actually, the country like Pakistan, we have many problems in our system. It is involved with the banking system as well as to the financial system, because I'm covering lots of issues which related to the Pak-US relation. But I think so in this type of relation, America have an upper hand in every aspect which is related. If it is related to the defense, it is related to the finance, it is related to the rare earth minerals. I think so the Pakistani nation or the Pakistani people not getting any benefit from all these things. Actually, I have seen photographs or the video some short time ago. The Pakistani Field Marshal was there, the Pakistani Finance Minister was there, the Pakistani Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister was there. Of course, the Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister should be there, as well as the Finance Minister. But what about the Chief Saab, or the CDF Chief of Defense Forces? What he is doing there? Because this is not his job, I think so. It's very strange for me, but it is going on because Donald Trump is directly dealing not with the political government in Pakistan. He is dealing with Rawalpindi, and I think so this deal is also associated or between the Rawalpindi and Washington.
All right, but how is this deal going to affect the bureaucracy and the executive in Pakistan? Because with crypto, the chances of corruption and dark web payments are a real threat. Does Pakistan have those regulations in place for the use of these cryptocurrencies?
Actually, I have seen from last 1.5 years that the Pakistan Federal Investigation Agency, FIA, have raid on so many offices in Pakistan, in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. and they have a raid against those people which is associated with this type of payments or this type of businesses. I think so. The Pakistani government want it in a legal way, but it will take time. Of course, as you said, that bureaucracy or the dark web, as we know about that, it is of course very threatening the country like Pakistan, because in Pakistan our system need so many things to be improved, even in 2026. Especially if I talk about our Pakistani banking system, which is not that much secure, which should be. This is the main thing. And the other one, the Pakistani people, I think so. They like the physical instrument. I mean to say the currency note. If you want to say to someone that I will pay via bank or via this, they will tell you that please give me cash. This is the main problem for the Pakistani society, as well as the Pakistani economy. Of course, we have facing so many problems right now. This time, we have the poverty problem. We have a political instability. We have the $1 billion of debt payment, which is due from different countries, especially from International Monetary Fund. I think so. These are the main things which we should focus on. That the crypto or the other currency. Of course, the world is going towards the digitalization. But why not the other country are going for the crypto? I will say that why not India is going for that, or the other Asian countries are not going? And why the Trump administration or the Trump family is not interested with the other countries for this type of things? I think so. I'm sorry to say, but I think so. There is something fishy.
All right, Fakhar, thank you very much then for joining me in this discussion. Viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the World Report on NewsX World. Thanks for watching here for all news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has dismissed remarks from Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen after he reiterated Greenland's commitment to Denmark. Asked about the comments from Prime Minister Nielsen, Trump has said that I don't know who he is, but that will be a big problem for him. Bill and Clinton has said that they will not be testifying in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee threatens to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify. The planet logged its third hottest year on record in 2025, extending a run of unprecedented heat, according to US researchers and EU climate monitors. US President has now stated that a US takeover will be great for Venezuela as American oil companies formulate their re-entry strategy into the Venezuelan oil market. Independent human rights groups have stated that the death toll from the crackdown on protests in Iran has crossed 2,500 people. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians to keep protesting, says help is on the way as US mulls strikes. Iran says US seeking pretext for military intervention. Iran officials says 2,500 people are killed in the unrest. Trump says day of reckoning and retribution coming to Minnesota, where 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was killed by an ICE agent as protests continue in Minneapolis. Apple signs multi-year deal with Google to fix Siri with Gemini, which the company promised at WWDC 2024 but has since been delayed. Apple had promised 3 big upgrades to Siri to take it in par with rivals like Gemini and ChatGPT. Now for this hour, we start with Iran. According to a senior Iranian official, Tehran has reportedly asked its regional leaders, including Turkey, to prevent any military escalation by the United States. The official has also warned that Iran would strike U.S. bases in the region if it is attacked by Washington. This comes as mass demonstrations continue across Iran, with the US-based human rights activists news agency reporting that 1,847 protesters have been killed so far. Just yesterday, US President Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social, urging Iranians to continue protesting and take control of the state institutions. Trump has also announced that he has cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials and will not engage with Tehran until it ends what he described as the senseless killings of the protesters. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Gedalia Blum. He's in Middle East Affairs analyst, joins us live from LA. Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, as situations escalate, and it seems like Trump has, closed that door of diplomacy, what should we be focusing on, and what do you think could happen?
Well, I think closing the door on the diplomacy is actually moving closer to a solution. And I'll tell you is that the Middle East, especially when it comes to the interacting with the Western world, diplomacy has been used not as a means to come to a solution, but a weapon to use for delay tactics in order for them to continue in whichever direction that they were going to in the first place. And we see this in countless examples. And I think that it's very clear that Donald Trump is not willing to play that game. Number one, he's got 3 years left in his presidency. He's looking to create a legacy. Not only that, but he's also, at the last years of his life. I don't think he wants to even waste 2 minutes through diplomatic channels that are not going to further his goal for success and a successful legacy for his presidency. And so I think actually closing those diplomatic channels is actually what's going to create the pressure that's needed for any kind of solution, which I honestly don't think that it's going to have anything to do with the regime. The toothpaste is out of the tube, as they say. You can't push it back in. And despite the fact that we don't know the exact numbers of the people on the streets protesting against the regime, we do know that there is a significant PR campaign in support of the protesters, of the revolutionaries, against the regime, and it's time for this 47-year oppressiveness to to end already. And I think that by closing these diplomatic channels is actually a sign to the people on the ground to say that we are with you and we're not going to continue to prop up an illegitimate regime while they continue to rule over you, to kill you, and to suppress your basic human rights.
Right. As you mentioned that the legacy that Trump is trying to leave, but Iranian people at the end of the day are not the voters that he's seeking to, right? So why do you think he's prioritizing this instead of, the domestic politics such as the ICE shootings and ICE protests against ICE agents, ICE immigration crackdown, and Jeffrey Epstein, so many cases that could get Trump more voting? What do you think, what's his motive here?
I mean, I think his motive is not for necessarily his own personal position in the politic of domestic politics in the United States. I think that he sees himself as a world leader, and with a world leader, he understands that, especially in the recent.
We might have lost our guest while we check the connection. We'll be moving on to our next read. Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for sharing that insight once again. Now we have a breaking news. The Indian embassy in Tehran has issued a fresh advisory for all Indian nationals in Iran. Citizens, including students, pilgrims, tourists, and business travelers, are being urged to leave the country by any available means, including commercial flights, amid the evolving situation in Iran. The embassy has asked everyone to exercise caution, avoid protests, and stay updated through local media. All travel and identity documents should be kept handy. Now we move the focus back on to Iran. Iranian authorities have sentenced 26-year-old protester Erfan Soltani to death, a move rights groups say could lead to the first execution linked to the latest wave of anti-Khamenei protests. Soltani is an ordinary citizen from Fardis, near Tehran, with no leadership role in the demonstrations. He was arrested earlier this month during a street protest and charged with waging war against God, a capital offense under Iranian law. According to activists, he was denied access to a lawyer and put through a rushed judicial process. His family has been told the sentence could be carried out at any time. The case has sparked international concern, with rights groups warning it may set a precedent for more death sentences as unrest continues across Iran. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Gedalia Blum. He's a Middle East Affairs analyst, joins us live from Eli. Thank you very much, Mr. Blum, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, can you tell us a little bit about this particular individual who's put into death sentence by Iranian government?
I mean, I think it's symbolic. I think it's symbolic that the Iranian regime understands that these protests are decentralized. There's no leadership, there's no infrastructure, there's no funding, there's no outside influence, as much as they would like to say that it's America and Israel influenced. This was grassroots. This was a response to their complete and utter malpractice in running a state. And I think that this execution of this individual with no standing is very illustrative of the way that the regime actually operates. And the fact that they continue to operate this in the face of the world with whose eyes are all on Iran, I think it's very telling. And I think this goes back to why President Trump is ended all diplomatic channels, is because this is who they really are. They really believe that they are executing people in protecting God's image. And this is an evil. This is an evil in this world that is not only being branched out through their proxies in Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, but it's a terror that's creating so much fear on the ground in Iran.
Mr. Blum, when you say they, you mean the regime, right? You're differentiating between the regime and the people.
No, absolutely. The people are the victims. The regime. This is how 40,000 IRGC members could control a whole country, is not through brute force, but through brute fear. And what they do is they take somebody off the street and they publicize that this is just an ordinary person and that he stood up against the regime. And now we're going to set up the cranes and hang him in public view and let him sit there for a number of days so everybody can understand what happens to you as a normal person when you speak out against the regime. And when they put that level of fear into people, that's how they keep control, and that's what they're trying to maintain, that level of control. But like I said before, the toothpaste is already out of the tube. There's no pushing it back. The people on the ground are so large in numbers that they don't feel that they are going to be individually isolated and picked out. Instead, but they feel that they do have this like kind of mob strength, where you have anonymity, but you do have the strength in numbers to walk down the streets in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people at the same time.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that. And Mr. Blum, as you also highlighted that the Iranian government blames outsiders instead of blaming themselves for the oppression of the people over there. They blame Israel, they blame US. How is this news covered in Israel, and how does Israeli government sees Iranian regime continuously pointing fingers at themselves for their own mistake, outsiders,
I mean, listen, we see it as obviously a falsity, almost laughable. It's almost satirical that they're sitting there executing their own people, shooting them in the eye, shooting them in the face on purpose in order to create these scars and to kill them. And then they turn around and say that this is some sort of like Mossad conspiracy. We've seen this forever, and we see this through all fascists and all dictatorships and all Islamist rulers who are not free societies, but fear societies who oppress their own people. And the only way for their people to stay with them is for these leaders to create an enemy from outside. And when you create an enemy from outside, you could always blame all the hardships of the people that they're responsible for on somebody external. And so this is something that we've heard for the last 47 years. We hear it from many other nations, North Korea. We heard it from Venezuela. We still hear it from Venezuela. We hear it from these fear societies that they need to have an enemy outside to blame. And we know this game, and so nobody takes their rhetoric seriously. And I don't think, not Israelis, not Iranians. Everybody, it's very clear what they're doing, and they're desperate. And this accusation of external players is just a very clear illustration of their desperation.
And Mr. Blum, we saw a few years ago the Mahsa Amini protest, which led to some kind of changing in the women's head coverings, scarves, and hijab laws that were forced